So good morning, dear IOC President, Dr. Thomas Bach, dear IOC President-elect, Madam Kirsty Coventry, dear colleagues and friends, welcome to the 49th ASOIF General Assembly, which is taking place in person, but also online. We have some federations attending. Just to remind you, this is an open meeting where we have also media attending, so welcome to the media, and we have online live streaming. Again, welcome Mr. President and Madam President-elect. It's really an honor to have you here, and it's an honor for me to chair the ASOIF General Assembly for the first time. So, without any ado, I declare the 49th ASOIF General Assembly for open. Before we start our formal business today, let me begin by paying tribute to the outgoing IOC President, Dr. Thomas Bach. After 12 years of unwavering leadership, his presidency is drawing to a close. His tenure has been marked by steadfast commitment and resilience during turbulent times. Always an absolutely committed and omnipresent president. He lifted the IOC and the Olympic movement to unprecedented heights. The number of achievements are far too many to mention all here today. Groundbreaking were certainly Agenda 2020 and Agenda 2020+5, the creation of the refugee team, and making the Games gender equal. But besides leading the IOC and the Olympic movement into a new era, he provided strong leadership in very challenging and difficult times. A changing geopolitical landscape, the COVID-19 pandemic leading to the postponement of the Tokyo Olympic Games, the Russian invasion in Ukraine, to name only a few. As mentioned at the IOC session back in March in Greece, with your strong leadership and unwavering commitment, I believe you saved the future of the Olympic Games. And for this, you deserve forever the gratitude of the international federations and the broader Olympic movement. And on a personal note, I have to say that I always admired the way how you, even in the most difficult and stressful times, always stayed calm and smiling. Truly the quality of a great leader. Much more can be said, but I will hold, as we say in my sport, I will hold my horses. And without any further ado, I invite you, Mr. President, to give us some opening remarks. Thank you and welcome.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you, Mr. President, dear Ingmar, for your most kind words. I've never been introduced in such a way to a speech, and anyway, at 9 o'clock in the morning, you know, I just start speaking normally, so not easy there to address you after such an introduction. But I wanted not only to say thank you to you for your kind words, but I wanted to thank you all for the support and the friendship I could experience there with you over these 12 years. And they were indeed a little bit turbulent, some are saying. And this support started with the first decision, the first actions we undertook, and which was just mentioned by your president, the Olympic Agenda 2020, where I could rely and we could rely on the input of you, the international federations, on how to modernize the Olympic Games, how to make them more attractive, how to make them younger, how to make them more sustainable. And I remember the many working groups we had there, and where you, the international federations, were among the driving forces for such the modernization, because you felt in your sports individually how much these reforms were needed and how much they were wanted. These did not come without a price. Then the following famous, in the meantime, famous lunches or meetings with your predecessor, with Francesco Riccipiti, then have been, as I often said, the most expensive lunches and dinners I ever had. But it was for the good of sport and for the good of the international federations. While for me it was a pretty strange experience sometimes, because usually I would have lunches or dinners then with potential sponsors, CEOs, or of rights holders, and trying to create revenues, while there it was always about spending. But it worked out, and it was essential that it worked out, because we had not only turbulent times, we had turbulent games. I don't know, many of you here are new faces, new kids on the block, as presidents at least, but you all have the experience in your international federations. And if we think back at Rio, and how much this cooperation between the IFs and the IOC was needed to really save these games, to make them happen. We then had, right after Tokyo, and I remember the discussions we had, and we had to have around the postponement and whether to cancel or to postpone, in which way, what would it mean. And then we managed to have these Olympic Games in Tokyo to save a whole generation of athletes, and also in a way, at least to whether it would have come to saving the games, you can argue, but I think they were extremely successful, extremely important also for the international federations and for the Olympic movement in general, because otherwise we would not only have lost a whole generation of athletes, we would have lost the awareness and the attention of the world public for 8 years. And what this means in our times, where the attention spans and the memory is becoming shorter and shorter, I would not like to imagine. And then we thought everything would be fine, and then we are coming to Paris, and I see Etienne sitting here, and we had the Russian invasion. We had then shortly before the games, in October 24, the terrorist attack of Hamas, and then the response of Israel. We had Yemen. We had I don't know how many crises and wars and conflicts, and also there it was extremely important that we were working closely together. Because if all these geopolitical tensions would have divided the Olympic movement would have divided the international federations and the IOC, then we could not have had such a successful Olympic Games in Paris, and maybe no Olympic Games at all, given all the security risks we had to face and the challenges at this very time, and the discussion about the participation. But I think we also do not need now only to look back at the challenges, but let's maybe take the example of Paris, that we have been rewarded for this cooperation and for this unity. The Olympic agenda, which we have been developing together, came to life in the very first time, and I think none of you can complain about the effects this bringing to life of Olympic agenda and this excellent organization and creativity of our French friends had for each of your sports. This is not only about the landmark venues, but it is in particular also the worldwide response you have, which for each of your sports and for the games as such is an unprecedented heights. But it's also true for the wider circumstances, for the positioning and the relevance of the Olympic movement and the Olympic Games in the world and in society. Because we have made independent research, you know, that 5 billion people, around 5 billion people were following these Olympic Games, but we have also been asking then why and how they perceived it. And there is one outstanding result, and that is that people were following the games, yes, for sport, and the games are about sport. But as we say, there are also more than about sport. And that these people, 78% of these people were saying the Olympic Games are more important than ever before in this divided world. And 75% are saying that the IOC was successful in uniting the entire world in a peaceful competition. And there again, I would like to thank you, and in particular all of you who contributed to this unity, who are following our recommendations in addressing this very tense geopolitical situation, enabling then the entire Olympic movement to have indeed the athletes from all the 206 national Olympic committees coming together and sending this very strong signal to the world and giving this high relevance and this high attention to the games, of which we all benefit, of which you are benefiting with your sport, and of which the IOC is benefiting, of course, as the leader of the Olympic movement. So I could go on and on. It's a little bit like with Ingmar, I have to hold my horse. You have been suffering from long speeches from my side long enough, so I will not make it too long. Just to emphasize that this cooperation, this friendship is in the mutual interest. It is about friendship, it is about support, but it is also about the interest. It's in the interest of you to have a successful Olympic Games, because it gives you attention and followership, which are outstanding and which are higher than it could ever be achieved alone, and it is of interest for the IOC, because without international federations we could not organize Olympic Games. It's that easy. And since it is about support, friendship and interest, I have only one request, one wish, that you're offering this same kind of support, this friendship, this cooperation to my successor, the President-elect Kirsty Coventry, who has been elected by the IOC members in such a brilliant way, because she has the professional and the human qualities to lead this Olympic movement in a great cooperation with you to even higher heights, and who is sharing all these values which we have been following in these last 12 years, and it was only because of this unity around the values that we could overcome these many challenges. So please offer her all this cooperation, spare her the expensive lunches and dinners, maybe, as far as possible. But I'm sure if you work together in this spirit of trust, in this spirit of the friendship, then you will see great Olympic Games and a even greater and better Olympic movement also in the future. And if then you do not totally forget me once I have left this room in a couple of minutes, maybe I'll even have the opportunity then to watch even some more events of your federations, and then as a humble sports fan who is just enjoying sports, is enjoying being with the athletes, and is enjoying to see the Olympic movement and the international federations flourishing. Thank you to all of you from the bottom of my heart. It was a great time, and all the best to all of you.
Mr. President, thank you for your kind and inspiring words, and I'm sure that you friends, because we are all friends here, will invite you on many occasions to come and visit, for you to visit the sports events and many other occasions. I think it's really important to stay connected, because you still have a lot of wisdom to share with all of us. And as a token of appreciation, we are in the air of the pens, because yesterday we already distributed some of them. But I think it's with great pleasure that I give you this Mont Blanc pen with a specific meaning for you to write your memoirs, because I think many people would be very interested to know your experiences, and especially the ones in the little back rooms where all the big decisions are taken. So thank you again for everything, and I wish you all the best. But we see each other still a lot in the coming weeks and months. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dear colleagues and friends, so now I'm going to give you a little speech. I'm only in position since 6 months, so I hope to do half the length of a normal speech, whatever that is. But good to see all of you here. And we are in a period of transition within the Olympic movement. The year after the Olympic Games always sees a number of changes. Leadership changes in the IOC, as well as in the IOC sports department. lots of changes in the International Federation's leadership. And let me, of course, congratulate those of you who have been elected, re-elected, or appointed in your roles. And we are going through the long list later today. We have also a new leadership team at the ASOIF, including our Executive Director, James Carr, who is doing so far a tremendous job. And a special word of thanks to the ASOIF staff. It was really a pleasure to meet a very motivated, knowledgeable, and passionate team, which really did their best, and I'm not the easiest one, I must say, to guide me through these first 6 months. And over the past 6 months, I had also the pleasure of meeting many of you, learning about your sports and priorities, and I will continue to do so because I still have a long list of federations to visit. As we discussed yesterday, we are undertaking a strategic review that will guide us on our future path. I'm not going to summarize like I did yesterday, but I think communication, internal and external, are key. The relationship with the IOC and the delivery of successful games are the top priority. And I think you all gave yesterday very clear indications on what way we need to go. And I look forward to work with the new council to make this happen and to put this in practice. Madam President-elect, dear Kirsty, may I take this opportunity also to wish you all the very best in your new role as a double Olympic champion, executive board member, sports minister, and an advocate for sport and youth development. You bring experience and deep understanding of the Olympic movement to the role. And you have a very clear understanding of sport, which we as international federations will benefit from. We are confident that the IOC, under your leadership, will continue to evolve and strengthen its role in a rapidly changing world, hopefully not as turbulent as the one of your predecessor, promoting unity, integrity, and excellence through sport. Please count on the support of the Summer Olympic International Federations as you work to deliver on your manifesto commitments to drive empowerment, strengthen engagement, and remain relevant. We look forward to the official handover and working with you and the IOC administration. Yesterday, we already paid some tribute to our good friend Francesco Riccibiti, but I think it is worthwhile to mention that we had a very smooth transition. Francesco served ASOIF with distinction as a council member and later as a president. And we remember that at the Olympic Congress in Copenhagen back in 2009, Francesco gave a landmark speech that captured the essence of our shared commitment to autonomy and good governance in sport. He offered a clear picture of the challenges we face and highlighted the need for greater balance in the Olympic movement, a more equitable structure for decision-making, and the need to refine the Olympic revenue distribution model. Under his leadership, ASOIF became stronger, more credible, more effective, and he drove forward critical government reforms, and it was all well received, not only by the Olympic movement, but also by the intergovernmental organizations. And I'm very honored to take the baton. So let's continue strengthening the role of the international federations in the Olympic movement. That will be the most beautiful legacy we can offer you. I also would like to thank two outgoing council members, ASOIF Vice President Professor Ur Erdener and Seb Coe, whose time on the council also will come to a close after this General Assembly. We thank you again for your dedication and services to the ASOIF membership. Paris has rightfully earned many accolades. It revitalized the Olympic spirit and delivered an extraordinary celebration of sport against the most beautiful backdrop we can dream of. So thank you, Etienne, and your team for having done this. It will stay long in our memory. We thank also the IOC and the IOC team to make this happen. The thorough debriefs will help us to make further improvements. And we are also grateful that under the IOC leadership, we saw an increase of the revenue distribution from $540 million to 590 million, representing approximately a 9% uplift across the board. We are grateful for that, and it will help the international federations on the mission to develop sport. Although, Madam President-elect, we can always do better, and the review of the distribution model ahead of the Los Angeles 28 Olympic Games will, of course, be high on our agenda. Looking ahead, we will have the first Olympic event in Africa next year, Dakar 26, and we are happy to welcome a big delegation here from Dakar under the leadership of Mr. Ibrahima Wade, who I also know as the president of the Equestrian Federation of Senegal, so that helps. And with 3 years to go for Los Angeles, we will, of course, continue to work hard on the delivery of the Games. And we already started also the work on Brisbane 2032, a very interesting coordination commission, where I think it's the only coordination commission ever where the president and the president-elect were present, and not only present, but very actively participated defending the interests of the international federations. ASOIF is at its core a membership organization. There will be a record 36 sports on the LA28 Olympic program. As a consequence, our association has grown. International Cricket Council, the International Federation of American Football, World Lacrosse, and World Squash officially joined as associated members from 1st of January 25. And World Boxing received the provisional recognition from the IOC in March and will be the governing body for boxing at the Los Angeles 28 Olympic Games. And their application for associated membership will be considered later in this agenda. We have, of course, challenges ahead of us. The world is changing rapidly. There are geopolitical uncertainties, like the Olympic Games and the visa situation, but also the evolving Games delivery model, and cooperation is important. We are pleased that many of our key stakeholders are with us today, and some of them will deliver reports to us later today. The organizing committees of the Games I mentioned before, the World Anti-Doping Agency, the International Testing Agency, the Association of National Olympic Committees, the Court of Arbitration of Sport, Sporacor. It's disappointing that we could not make it to Istanbul, to the beautiful city of our good friend Ur, but I'm happy to welcome you here in the hotel in front of my own office. We look also forward to a very successful convention in 26 and 27, and I'm sure that Professor Erdener, as president of Sporacor, will be able to give some good news in some weeks or maybe months, but in due time. After the elections, I look forward to work with the new council members. Together with the new council, we will define, as I mentioned, the strategy of ASOIF, set the priorities for the future, and review our communications. Also, we will review the roles and the terms of reference and composition of the ASOIF 8 consultative groups, as well as the governance task force. Again, thank you all for your trust and engagement, for your participation in all the debates, and I look forward to continue the journey together. So thank you very much, and I now have the pleasure, if anybody wants to make some preliminary comments, to open the floor for comments. Is there anybody who wants to say something? No? Okay. That's... I thought I was already wondering.
Well,
Seb.
Ingmar, thank you. And in making your presentation to me, a very generous presentation for my retirement from this council, you did make the point that I'm known to speak my mind. So I'm very grateful. But let me first of all thank you, Ingmar, for the opportunity yesterday to brainstorm some of the things that we will be discussing today. And there is a huge opportunity with the new leadership to create the reset, I think, around the relationships between IOC and the IFs, and particularly the review of the revenue generation model. I think it's one that will help with the mutual trust between the two organizations and allow the international federations to be optimistic and optimize the relationship between the athletes, the federations, and the ability to deliver and maintain what we all want, which is the pinnacle of Olympic sport being the pinnacle of the four-year summer sporting cycle. And we look forward to working with you. And as Ingmar has said, you will have the support of all the international federations. It's really important that you know that, and we stand ready to support you in everything that you choose to take us in that direction. So congratulations and good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Seb. You want to say something, Lord?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like to thank all our friends for their great support us for many years. And also, I would like to thank our President, Thomas Bach, for his great leadership, his strong, for creating a strong IOC organization. Thank you, Mr. President, for your great effort. And I would like to say all my best wishes to our President-elect, Kirsty Coventry. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. So before giving the floor to the IOC President-elect, dear Kirsty, again, we look forward working with you. You have great shoes to fill and a crucial role within the Olympic movement. But don't forget one thing. Rome, and I think even Paris, have not been built in one day. So please take your time, do it right, consult with everybody, but especially with us, of course. We have a long list of topics that we would like to discuss with you, but we will always do that in an open, transparent, and constructive way, and I'm sure that we always will come to good conclusions. I saw you in action in Brisbane, and I was really impressed. So again, you have our full support, and please, the floor is yours now.
Thank you, Ingmar, dear President, dear colleagues and friends. It's really nice to be here with all of you today. I'm glad the work is starting right away, and we've kicked off the relationship already by getting straight to business and asking for more money. That's it sets the tone for the relationship. It's very exciting. But in all seriousness, it is really an honor to be here. Ingmar, I would love to say that I think we would all love to say that we hope the next few years are going to be smooth and nice, smooth road, but I'm not sure that is quite going to be the case with all the geopolitics, and that we're going to need to navigate the more and more conflicts that our world is facing, revenue models, as already is mentioned. But at the end of the day, when we look at these pictures behind us, and I was having a little look when I was sitting down there, all pictures of athletes that are showing hard work, determination, They are showing all the incredible good values that I believe we should want to be installing into our children and the next generation, especially in today's world that is so divided. They are our ambassadors. They are why we do things. Having strong international federations that can further develop the national federations, because that's where we all come from. Every single movement, every single member in our movement came from a national federation. And it's our duty to ensure that those national federations are inspiring the next generation, and they're allowing for young children around the world to have bigger dreams than they ever thought possible. That's why we're going to work extremely hard. That's why we're going to stay committed. We're not always going to agree. And as you said, when we don't agree, hopefully we can still be respectful enough to disagree. But that's what a family is all about. A family is going to have disagreements. A family is going to have arguments. But it's how we're going to come together to ensure that we are remaining united, to ensure that we have the best Olympic Games and the best platform for generations to come. And that's our job. That's our job. I know, Ingmar, you and I have already spoken about event delivery and how the international federations need to play a greater role. And we had some tough discussions already in Brisbane, as you said. So we know that and we recognize that. And for me, it is very important to take, as you said, the time over these next few months leading into the next year after Milano Cortina, to really engage with all of you, to fully understand not just what your expectations are, but how we're going to deliver extraordinary games in LA, in Brisbane, and into the future, and what is that going to look like. And we have to be brave enough to challenge some of the models that we've been doing, or at least be brave enough to have those conversations and to start those conversations. And I'm really looking forward to doing that with all of you. Along with your WAF counterparts from yesterday. I believe they're on the same way of thinking, the National Olympic Committees. After the incredible event that we will have on June 23rd, we're going to kick that off with the IOC membership of a two-day retreat where we're going to be spending the time at Olympic House, really just talking through different aspects of the movement and expectations of the membership. And that will then continue to all of you, to the summer federations, to the winter federations, to the National Olympic Committees over the next year. We'll have that time to really have meaningful engagement and better understand each other. So again, for me, it's very clear. There's two priorities, two pillars: the Olympic Games, and ensuring the Olympic Games is the biggest success for our athletes. And the second one is then building a better world through sport. But the first one has to be extremely successful in order to have the second one. And so we really need to focus in on how we're going to ensure together we're going to be having incredible games that inspire generations and more people across the world. And I'm looking forward to doing that with all of you. So thank you for having me here. Looking forward to jumping in directly into the tough conversations and the conversations that we need to all have. But again, we all are being guided by the same values, and that's excellent friendship and respect. And if we can keep those at our core, we'll do incredible things. Thank you for having us.
Thank you very much, Madam President-elect, dear Kirsty. Also for you, a pen. It's the week of the pens, but not for your memoirs, certainly not. But I hope with this pen you will write a new chapter in the Olympic history.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So now I have the pleasure to hand the floor to our director, James Carr, for the official part of the meeting and the housekeeping, etc.
Thank you very much, President, and good morning, IOC President, Madam President-elect, IF President, Secretary-Generals, and ASOIF members, or as I learned from the President-elect in Brisbane, perhaps we should use the more convenient phrase, all protocol observed. I think that's less of a mouthful, for sure. So just a few housekeeping items to run through before we begin the formal agenda today. There is Wi-Fi available in the room, and I think the code's on the tables. It's also on the back of your accreditation. While most delegates are in the room, this GA is organised in a hybrid format, and there are one or two joining, including Judo, who have their electoral congress this morning. I think everybody joining by Zoom does know how to ask questions by now. As the President announced at the beginning, this meeting is open to the media and it's public, live streamed on YouTube as well. So a warm welcome to our press colleagues. And as a reminder to those media colleagues, we will be holding a briefing 30 minutes after this meeting, and that will be in this room. For the voting items, we'll be using Lumi, and in a moment I'll pass over to them for a test vote. Delegates in the room will be using the iPads on your table to cast the vote. Virtual delegates joining via Zoom will use the online voting portal. So now if I can just pass over to you, Lumi, to conduct a test vote. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Dear delegates, we are Miguel and Victor from Lumi. So for the voting delegates in the room, please, if you're so kind, now please, you can open your voting tablet that you have on your table. You will see that each tablet is unique to your federation, so you can probably see your federation's logo in the lock screen. And once the iPad is unlocked, you will be already logged in with your credentials to vote. For the voting delegates that are remotely connected on Zoom, now please log in to the online voting platform using the credential in the email that you received from Lumi previously. And please, once you are logged in, we recommend keeping the device and the web page open. So let me very quickly explain the interface. You will see in the lower right corner, you will have some icons there with the name of your federation, the total amount of voters that are registered, which is 30, and below you will see the total number of voters that are connected right now, okay, live. Please note that your credential can only be used in one machine, so please don't click on that red button to log out, okay? Even if you log out, it's not a problem. You have in favorites the link to log in again, but please try to avoid that. During the General Assembly and once the vote has opened, the ballot will automatically appear on your voting device or on your online voting platform for those voters who are remotely, and you will have 1 minute to cast your vote. This is plenty of time, but we will remind you when there are 30 seconds remaining and also when there are 10 seconds remaining. During this time, within the voting time limit, you will be able to change your vote as many times as needed, but then again, 1 minute, you will say it's plenty of time, so please check carefully all the options before actually casting your ballot. Once the vote is closed and after the scrutineers have confirmed the results, then the voting results will be shown on screen. Please, if you need any assistance, don't hesitate to reach out to us or the ASOIF team. And with this, if everybody is ready, I think that we can start the test vote. Any question, any? Yeah.
Mine's asking for an election code.
Okay, let me check that.
Anybody else? It's for this reason that we do these tests.
She was asking for credentials. For FH, say, okay, he has the tablet.
Anybody else who has an issue?
At the end, he said, that's okay. Okay.
Apparently not. Over to you, Lumi.
Okay, so.
So, yes, so you can see now in this vote that there are 30 eligible voters present, including 2 voters online. So now we will open the test vote. And please, the vote is now open. You can proceed to voting.
Aquí pone 0.
30 seconds remaining. Ten seconds remaining. And the vote is now closed. So in an actual ballot now, the scrutineers would confirm the results. As this is just a test vote. We will just publish the results directly. And these are the results are published. So back to you, James.
Okay, so that's very clear. Maybe not everybody is here in Lausanne, so that's maybe the reason of the result. And happy to give now the floor to the Executive Director for the roll call.
Thank you very much, President. So I will call out the names of the international federations in alphabetical order in English of the sports or the disciplines. So for the delegates in the room, can I ask you to raise your hand when you hear your IF's name? For the virtual delegates, if you can click the raise hand button. So aquatics, archery, athletics, badminton, basketball, canoeing, cycling, equestrian, fencing, football, golf, gymnastics, handball, hockey, judo. So judo are online. As I said, they have an elective congress in Budapest today, but they understand that they will be staying online, and we'll keep you posted if there's any changes. So it's judo, modern pentathlon, rowing, rugby, sailing, shooting, skateboarding, sport climbing, surfing, table tennis, taekwondo, tennis. Taekwondo online, sorry.
David, I didn't know you were for Taekwondo, but Taekwondo is online and is present. So.
Taekwondo, okay. So and tennis.
Tennis, okay.
And triathlon, volleyball, weightlifting, and wrestling. So those are the full members, and for the associate members, baseball and softball, cricket not online, no. Flag football, lacrosse, squash. Okay. So, President, we have 30 full members and 4 out of Thank you.
Thank you. So for this vote, there are 28 eligible voters,
ASOIF General Assembly held on the 9th of April in Birmingham last year. So over to Lumi, unless there are any comments on the drafts of the minutes. Okay, over to you.
No comments, so we can
Thank
vote.
you. Thank you. In this vote, there are 30 eligible voters present, including 2 online. Again, please use your voting device or your voting webpage for remote voters. We will now open the vote. Thirty seconds remaining. Ten seconds remaining. And the vote is now closed, so the scrutineers will confirm the results. Okay, the scrutineers have confirmed the results. And now the results are published. Back to you, James.
Thank you very much. So we have 29 votes in favour, none against, no abstentions. So the minutes of the 48th General Assembly are approved. Thank you.
Thank you, James. And now we move to point 9 of the agenda, which is the annual report. And before giving the floor to James, I would like to formally congratulate all the presidents and secretary generals who have been taken office since our last General Assembly in April 24. We are in a time of transition, so it has been a very busy period in the International Federation, and it is a tradition, and I think an important tradition, that we go through the list during our General Assembly today, so I admit it will be a rather long, not to say very long list. So, shortly after Paris 24, Jay Shah was elected as the new chair of the International Cricket Council. That was in August 24. In October 24, we had Antonio Arimani elected as the new president of World Triathlon. We had Morinari Watanabe was re-elected as president of the International Gymnastics Federation, and Nenad Lalovic was re-elected as president of United World Wrestling. In November 24, we had Tomas Konietzko was re-elected as president of the International Canoe Federation. Tayyab Ikram was re-elected as president of the International Hockey Federation. Kwan Lai Lee was re-elected as president of World Sailing. Brett Robinson was elected as the new chair of World Rugby. Fabio Azevedo was elected as the new president of the International Volleyball Federation. Robert Stull was elected as the new president of the International Union of Modern Pentathlon, and Bob DeMarco was elected as new president of World Lacrosse. In December 24, Pierre Trochet was re-elected as president of the International Federation of American Football, and Zina Woolrich was re-elected as president of World Squash. Then in 2025, Marco Skolaris was re-elected as president of the International Federation of Sport Climbing. Kuning Patama Leswadrakul was elected as the new president of the Badminton World Federation, and apologize for the pronunciation maybe. Abdelmonem El Husseini was appointed as the new interim president of the International Fencing Federation. Mohamed Jaloud was re-elected as president of the International Weightlifting Federation. And Petra Serling was re-elected as president of the International Table Tennis Federation. And Marius Wieser from the Judo Federation is the only candidate for the International Judo Federation presidency election today in their Congress in Budapest. So without preempting, I would like to take him in consideration as well. We have also some new Secretary General's appointments to acknowledge. Hugh McCutcheon was appointed as the new Secretary General of the International Volleyball Federation. That was in November 24. Gulnora Saidova was appointed as the new Secretary General of the International Fencing Federation in December 24. Piero Rebodengo was appointed as the new Secretary General of the International Federation of Sport Climbing. That was in May 25. John Wyatt was appointed as the new Secretary General of World Triathlon in May 2025 and will start his mandate in early August. José Quiñones was elected as the new General Secretary of the International Weightlifting Federation. That was in May 25, and this is the end of my list, which was long enough, I think, but I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate all the re-elected, reappointed, and newly elected or appointed presidents and secretary generals, and of course, we look forward to work together with you and to continue to connect with you and to communicate with you. So congratulations to everybody. And now I invite our Executive Director, James Carr, to make his presentation on the annual Council report.
So thank you very much, President, and good morning, everybody. We do have a full agenda today, and the President has mentioned some of the topics already in his opening remarks. We will hear from the IOC, from the OCOGs, WADA, the ITA, and also our new governance task force chair. So I will keep this report brief and highlight some of ASOIF's key activities since our last General Assembly in Birmingham, and also preview some of what lies ahead for the rest of the year. As we have heard, and from that list, it has been a time of transition in the Olympic movement. And just to test you, we unfortunately omitted one name from that group. Sabatino Araku was re-elected President of World Skate in September as well. So you can see that towards the end of last year, we were sending out congratulations letters, what felt like every other day. So congratulations to all those elected and re-elected since the Paris Olympic Games. Of course, we have had our own transition. Francesco Riccibitti stepped down as ASOIF President at the end of 2024, and we're very pleased that he's joining us today and at the dinner last night, with Ingmar de Vos assuming office on the 1st of January 2025. The transition has been smooth. Ingmar really is very committed, and he can be quite demanding, but he's definitely great to work with, and it's a privilege to speak to you as the Executive Director and deliver my first annual report. No annual report would, of course, be complete without reflecting on the Paris 2024 Olympic and Paralympic Games. Highly successful games which will live long in the memory. We've seen the video and heard Celine Dion, I think, several times since then. So there is not much more to add, just to say congratulations to Etienne and your team, and it's good to have you join us here today in your capacity as Badminton World Federation Vice President. And we know that the international federations played a key role in the delivery of those games and will continue to do so in the games ahead. Of course, we have a lot to look forward to and a lot of work ahead with Dakar, Youth Olympic Games, Los Angeles and Brisbane, and we will hear from each of those today. There have been Coordination Commission meetings recently for each of those games, and ASOIF and the IFs are represented on each. Taya Bikram and Jean-Christophe Roland are in Brisbane with Ingmar and myself 3 weeks ago, and just last week, Andreas Zaglis and also Watanabe San were in Los Angeles. It turns out long flights are a good opportunity to prepare for a General Assembly. I was tapping away on my computer. So as we discussed yesterday, we do seek input from the ASOIF members ahead of those COCOMs to identify common issues and raise them. And we are looking at ways, and we'll do so with Pierre Ducret as well when he takes office as the sports director, as to how we can enhance that. one of the areas that we identified for improvement and was also discussed is the flow of communications with the federations, and the letter that we sent out to the members by way of an update on the Brisbane COCOM was an example of that and formed part of that effort, and we will continue to do that in future. Moving on, we spoke a lot yesterday about the governance task force, and that's later on in our agenda. But it's the 8 consultative groups which really are key to ASOIF's work. They're made up of approximately 60 highly experienced individuals from across the spectrum of the ASOIF membership. And these groups really are the engine rooms of ASOIF's initiative, driving collaboration, sharing best practice and innovation. And all of them are very active, and I'll pick out some projects that have been conducted over the last year. The Olympic and Multisport Games Group, we discussed it yesterday at some length, is perhaps the kind of flagship group under the chair of ITF CEO Kelly Fairweather. Very experienced group with Anthony Scanlon, Tom Dillon, Hilary, Nicola, Larissa Kiss can't join us today, and Piero as well from the Sport Climbing Federation. And one of the things they did in order to capture some of the learnings from the Paris Games was to prepare a questionnaire which was circulated to UIFs ahead of the Games, and your responses formed the framework for the post-Games debrief workshop that we held in October last year. It resulted in a comprehensive final report with some key recommendations that were shared with you, the IOC, and LA28. There was also the very good transition workshop that the IOC and LA had in January this year, and perhaps we'll come on to later. I know Shana Ferguson's good that you're joining us here today, and you'll be speaking. So keeping on the theme of Paris, we have our commercial advisory group chaired by International Golf Federation Anthony Scanlon. I understand, Andrew, that he's in the US this week for the Open, so he can't join us. But that commercial group, Vincent's also on the group, Thomas Lunt as well, Michael Schmidt from the Baseball Federation. They commissioned the collection of demographic data from Paris 2024. And really the aim of this research was to understand the profile of who is consuming your sport at the Olympic Games and to assist your marketing activities. These reports can, of course, be costly for individual federations to commission them themselves. So, ASOIF, we can benefit from the economies of scale in commissioning IRIS to conduct these reports. And we saw from the results of the survey that this was identified as one of the most useful projects. So thank you very much to Anthony and his group. Another of the perhaps most useful and appreciated initiatives is the annual Women Lead Sports courses. These are overseen by our Diversity and Gender Equality Consultative Group, chaired by Sabrina Ibanez of the FEI. It really is a practical course with 2 main objectives: to increase the number of women in leadership positions across the Olympic movement, and to empower them to serve in elective positions. So in April this year, 40 women graduated from our 5th course, and it really is producing tangible results with several graduates of that programme here with us today. And I think I'm right in saying, Kelly, that one was recently elected as the chair of Oceania Tennis Confederation. So it really is producing results. Our Medical and Science Group is chaired by Dr. Margot Mountjoy of the International Golf Federation as well. And this photo is from the workshop in Lausanne last month, which attracted more than 60 participants with wide-ranging medical expertise, addressing topics such as the practical applications of artificial intelligence in medical workflow, considering some of the latest trends in athlete health and injury prevention, gender eligibility, and DSD as well. We discussed legal matters yesterday. We have a new chair of the group, Stephen Bach, head of legal at the Volleyball Federation, and our scrutineer today. But I would like to just take this opportunity to thank Antonio Arimani for his work as the previous chair over the past 7 years. And a lot of good work has been done. Some of the items under discussion at that group are safeguarding matters, conveying feedback and concern to the Court of Arbitration for Sport, and also providing feedback on the World Anti-Doping Code consultation. They're also considering the implications of the FIFA Serang case, which could, as we know, have far-reaching consequences for disputes in sport and also the status of CAS. We expect a decision from the European Court of Justice in the next month or so, and I'm sure Stephen and his colleagues on the legal group will keep an eye on that. We do also have the sustainability, development and education and technology and innovation groups, and we thank the respective chairs, David Graham, World Sailing, Dakar Nyamki from United World Wrestling, and also Nicolas Chapard from FIBA for their work. As we discussed yesterday, and as the ASOIF President mentioned in his opening remarks, we are looking at the scope and membership of all these groups, and please do let us know if you have any particular thoughts on where we should focus our activities. Nominations are now open for the 13th edition of the Creative Sport Award. Previous winners include the International Handball Federation, Badminton, World Wrestling, United World Wrestling, FIBA and the UCI, and amongst others. And the theme this year is quite wide: the best initiatives, programs or projects in the sports field. And the deadline is the 31st of August. There is a considerable prize fund, approximately $272,000, so I would encourage you to apply, and further details will be shared after the General Assembly. Looking ahead, we will be finalising the ASOIF strategy, taking into account some of the excellent discussions that we had yesterday. And I'd like to take the opportunity to thank you for that. It really was a very useful session, facilitated by David Delaire. We also have the 6th review of IF governance, which will kick off later this year, and we will hear later on from our new chair, Snezana Markovic. Some of the topics that the Governance Task Force has identified to work on is cascading governance down to the member national federations, updating guidance on IF election rules, and also sharing best practice on the training, selection and retention of judges, and looking at subjective judging as well. So on to internal matters now, just very briefly. As you know, Andrew Ryan retired as ASOIF Director, ASOIF Executive Director at the end of last year, and I've just received a good luck message from him this morning. So I'd just like to pay tribute to his work. I certainly learnt a great deal from him, even if I can't quite match him with the storytelling and the jokes. So we invited him, but he couldn't make it. As Ingmar said last night, he's with the WADA Compliance Review Committee, I think, in London. But he's also been appointed to the board of an international winter federation. So perhaps Colin Graham's law has got him on a site visit for the curling rink in Milano Cortina. I don't know. So ASOIF, we operate with a small but hopefully efficient team of 6, and we really aim for high standards and continuous improvement, and we'll come on to the finance section in a moment where we've been working on that and the internal controls. And just before wrapping up today, I would like to thank that ASOIF team for their dedication and commitment over the last year, and also in delivering this well-attended General Assembly here today. Thank you also to the Council, especially to those members who are stepping down. Your contributions are deeply appreciated. It really has been a pleasure to serve the ASOIF membership. We are here to listen, to learn, to serve, and to represent your interests. So please continue to share your priorities with us. We may, of course, return to some of the items later in the agenda. That concludes my report, President, but otherwise I'm happy to take any questions on our activities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, James, and we open the floor now for questions and comments, and I see already Tom Dillon from World Archery. Please, Tom.
Thank you, President. Thank you, James. I just would like to also thank Sergei a lot, because Sabrina is not here as President of APSO, and as Vice President of APSO, we will both retire in September, and I would like to really thank Sergei for the fantastic work he's doing for our Paralympic sports, and we hope that it will continue with the new leadership in APSO. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Yeah, you can applaud. No problem. Any other questions or comments? I don't see any, so I think we are running well on time. So maybe we just take the next point and it's done. Yep. ASOIF, point 10, ASOIF strategy. I don't think we need to add much more to what has been said yesterday and already today, but for those members that were not present yesterday, again, we are developing an ASOIF strategy. We have conducted a membership survey and held in-depth stakeholder interviews in order to come to understand what your vision and what your priorities are for the future. I think we can say that yesterday's working meeting was very interacting, was very active, very interesting and valuable in helping us to define a clear strategy going forward. We understand communication is key, the relationship with the IOC, and as mentioned already here today, reviewing the revenue distribution model, including, for me, also the situation of our associated members and for sports that are included in the program at the request of organizing committees. In any case, the strategy will be developed based upon some further interviews that will take place by the Council somewhere in Q4 of 2025. And of course, once we have this concluded, then we will share this with you. But thanks again for all your valuable input. And if you have any further ideas, please do not hesitate to contact us and to share them with us. I don't know if there are any more comments on this ASOIF strategy. And if not, maybe we can then go for a coffee break.
Yep.
So we are well in time. So when will we be back? Quarter to 11?
22.
Yep. That's a bit short maybe. Let's be back at 11.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, but we might be able to. 40 minutes quite long.
Okay. What do you say?
10:45, I would suggest.
10:45. Okay. Coffee break is served where?
It's just at the back of the room.
So you see, we don't always agree. 10:45, we are back for the point 11, and the coffee break is just outside.
Yeah, right, just the back of the room, yeah.
Thank you. So before handing the floor to our Executive Director, I just wanted to thank again Lausanne Capitale Olympique for the cocktail yesterday, but also they were so kind to provide us with some chocolates that you all found on your desk. So we are very grateful for that. And having said that, I give the floor to our Executive Director.
Thank you very much, President. So just turning to finance now and just looking at our 2024 financial report, which is under item 11 of your file. It was our new auditor, Forvis Mazars, who conducted the audit for last year, and they conducted an ordinary audit. Previously, we had conducted a limited statutory examination, but we moved to an ordinary audit, partly because we're under no obligation to do that, but partly because we're leading our governance work. We wanted to set a good example. And I'm pleased to say, you'll see in the documents that Mazars issued a positive, clean opinion. And as part of the preparation for that work, for the ordinary audit, we reviewed and documented our internal control system, which was, I think, a very healthy, positive thing to do. So just quickly summarising our overall financial position, which I'm pleased to say is healthy. We have 16.57 million of assets at the end of December 2024, compared to 14.6 at the end of 2023. And the reason for that is the $2.4 million revenue share from Paris. The first two tranches were received in 2024. There was also an increased share from Sportaccord. And the performance of our investments were strong last year with an 849,000 increase. I'm not sure it'll be quite the same this year given the volatility. So investments were up approximately 9% compared with 5% the previous year. Our central projects funds stands at just under 5.8 million, and I mentioned some of the investments that we made in 2024, the Paris 2024 data collection with IRIS, the governance task force work, and also the women leadership courses. So those are some of the projects that we've done. Just is it on this slide? Sorry. Yep. So that's the project. That's the central projects, and that's the fund balance. I think I've covered that. So the internal control systems, and we've also appointed a new fiduciary partner this year, onboarding of GAPEX, which is a Lausanne firm. We'll come on to it under the next item, but we're also proposing to the General Assembly some statute amendments to recognise where ASOIF's revenue come from, because we started the process to register at the Commercial Registry of Vault, and that was one of the requirements which I know that many of you federations have as well. So that gives you a summary of where we are with the 2024 financial report and the audit. So if I can pass over to Lumi to conduct. Well, firstly, I'm very happy to take any questions on the finance.
You're galloping very fast, like a young foal. But
exactly. We've got lunch.
Are there? Maybe you're hungry. I don't know. But are there any questions or comments with regards to this point? I think it's all very clear and transparent. I don't see any. Online, no questions, comments? Okay, so then you can.
I can now pass to the vote. Thank you. Thank you very much. Over to you, Lumi.
Thank you, James. Okay, first of all, if you want to check that your tablets are still logged in and nobody has logged out, and for these votes, there are 28 eligible voters present, including no voters online right now. So we will now open the vote. The vote is now open. You have an issue? Okay, let me check. Yeah? 30 seconds remaining.
Okay, all issues resolved.
Ten seconds remaining. And the vote is now closed, so the scrutineers will proceed to confirm the results. The scrutineers have confirmed the results, and now the results are published, so back to you, James.
Thank you very much. So we have 27 votes in favour, none against, and 1 abstention. Just to clarify, I did receive one question during the coffee break as to why there were 30 voters. That's because each of the full members have a vote. The associate members do not have a vote. So just to clarify that. But so the audited report on the 2024 accounts has been passed. Thank you. So the next item under finance section is the appointment of the auditor, or reappointment of the auditor in this case. So the council met on yesterday morning and proposed that we reappoint Forvis Mazars to continue to be reappointed. They did a very good job on the ordinary audit. Michael Ackerman is the lead partner, and his team did a good job. I know that he works with a number of federations in this area. So happy to take any questions on the proposal to reappoint Forvis Mazars. Otherwise, we can move to the vote. So, Lumi, please.
Thank you. For this vote, we have 28 eligible voters present, including no voters online. So now we will proceed to open the vote. 30 seconds remaining. Ten seconds remaining. The vote is now closed, and the scrutineers will confirm the results. The scrutineers have confirmed the results, so now the results are published, and back to you, James.
Thank you very much. So we have 29 votes in favour, 0 against, and no abstentions. So the appointment of Forvis Mazars as the auditor is approved. So on to the next item for the annual subscription. As I said, the council met yesterday and proposed to retain the annual subscription at a bargain price of 100 francs. Bob, I'm looking at Bob Fazzulo here. My guess is that it's probably stayed at that amount since you were sitting in this chair. Exactly. I hope you feel that you're getting good value. So, any questions, comments on the proposal to keep the annual subscription at 100 francs? Otherwise, we'll move to the vote. Okay, Lumi, back to you.
Thank you. For this vote, there are 29 eligible voters present, including 1 online. So now we will proceed to open the vote. Thirty seconds remaining. Ten seconds remaining. The vote is now closed. The scrutineers will confirm the results. The scrutineers have confirmed the results, and now the results are published. Back to you, James.
Thank you very much, Lumi. So we have 29 votes in favour, 0 against, and 0 abstentions. So the annual subscription of 100 francs is retained, approved for this year, and Christine will be in touch with the invoices and the bank details. So that's the item 11.3. The next item is the revised 2025 budget, which again is a voting item, and you'll see an A3 page in your files, and what we've tried to do on this is put in the actual figures from 2023, 2024, the draft budget, which was approved at the 2024 General Assembly, and then there's a revised budget in dark green where there's some amendments or some changes, which I'll come on to a moment, and then we've also got the draft budget for 2026. So we've tried to present it in this way this year so that you can see the comparisons and also so identify some changes. Just to illustrate a couple of points on the revised budget maybe. Firstly, the balancing income, or the third tranche from Paris. We had originally budgeted 262,000 and we actually received 489,000 from the IOC back in March. Operating expenses are about 255,000 lower. That's principally due to lower staff costs, the departure of a couple of members of staff. And other changes, there's a budget line in there for the ASOIF strategy for 2025, and maybe actually we could consider doing something for the 2026 to actually implement some of the discussions yesterday, but I'll come on to that in a moment. So the strategic plan, the sport accord contribution, we had originally budgeted for 302,000. That was the figure from last year, but of course with the cancellation of sport accord 2025, we've downgraded that to half that amount, and we'll see what we get. The General Assembly costs, because it's usually within the framework of the sport accord, were originally for 30,000, but we've put that at 120,000 for the costs of this General Assembly and the dinner as well. We've kept the investment return at a 2% yield. So overall, a kind of projected net surplus of about 328,000 for the year. So I hope that's clear. Very happy to take any questions on the 2025 budget.
Okay, we open the floor for questions or comments, also online. I think you are crystal clear. So no, then we can proceed to the vote.
Thank you. And for this vote, we have 28 eligible voters present, 29 now, including one vote, and 30 now, including 2 voters online. So now please use your voting device. We will open the vote. Thirty seconds remaining. We have all the ballots collected, so we will proceed to close the vote, and the scrutineers will now confirm the results. The scrutineers have now confirmed the results, and the results are published. Back to you, ASOIF.
Thank you very much, Lumi. So the results of the vote, 29 votes in favour, none against, and 1 abstention. So the revised 2025 budget is approved. So the next item is the 2026 budget or draft budget, and you'll see in the kind of pale orange colour column on the right-hand side of the spreadsheet the figures there. It's broadly similar to the budget that you've just approved. A couple of differences to highlight. Firstly, we've applied a 0.85 US dollar franc exchange rate for the annual contribution from the IOC, and that's based on UBS forecast. That's the kind of tool that we use for the forecast. We take the kind of September date from UBS. I mean, there's no great art to it, but that's what we're using. Other items, we've put the sport accord contribution back up to the 302,000 for next year, hoping that it goes ahead, obviously next year and in future editions as well. And as an accompaniment to that, reduction of the General Assembly costs. Kept the investment return at 2%, and we've also just increased the budget on the communication side, thinking about some of the potential consequences of the ASOIF strategy, a limited rebrand, possibly. So those are some of the those are just a few things to highlight on the draft 2026 budget, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, here again, are there any questions from the room or online? No, I don't see any, so then we can pass to the vote.
Thank you. For this vote, we have 30 eligible voters present, including 2 online. So now we will proceed to open the vote. We have collected all the ballots, so we will proceed to close the voting. And now the scrutineers will confirm the results. The scrutineers have confirmed the results. So the results are published now. Back to you, James.
Thank you very much, Lumi. So unanimity on this vote, 30 votes in favour, none against and no abstentions. So the 2026 budget is approved.
Thank you, James, for this. Then we move to point 12 of the agenda, which are the statute amendments. Just a little background was we wanted to register with the Vaud Commercial Registry. And in order to do that, we needed to make some changes to our statutes. And we wanted to use also this opportunity to make some little tidying up and simplify some of the languages that, so that even I can understand what's in the statutes. But there is no big statutory change. I don't hide that maybe next year, and in function of the outcome also of the strategic review, there could be maybe some bigger changes to the statutes, but only if this is really necessary. So for this year, it's mainly in order to be in line and to be able to register with the Vaud Commercial Registry and some tidying up. So pretty straightforward, but I would like to invite James to take us through the changes that are proposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President. So, yeah, the most straightforward way of looking at this is the document, or the 2 documents rather, in your file. Firstly, there's a marked up version of the statute, but also a summary table of all the proposed amendments with a reason for the change. So just to pick a few out, we considered that under Article 4.6 there was some superfluous wording saying that the General Assembly should normally be held prior to the annual joint meeting between the IOC and ASOIF. Normally, we didn't think it was necessary, so just to simplify the convening of the General Assembly. That's on 4.6. 4.8 was just to say that the GA can be held in person, virtually, or a combination of both, and to permit the use of electronic voting. That has been the practice that we've been doing, but just to kind of codify that in the statutes. And then Article 5, the nomination of candidates, Article 5, a change there to Article 5.2b, that the incumbent ASOIF president may be renominated by any full member, i.e. not just the federation that initially proposed their candidature. That's Article 5.2, and then 6.4. So the original wording here was that any member, any IF, could withdraw its council member elected to the council, including the president. But this is to kind of clarify that the member had the authority to withdraw a council member, but not the president, who's been, of course, elected by the General Assembly. So that's Article 6.4, and then Article 9, just on financial resources of ASOIF. As the President said, we embarked on the process of registering at the commercial registry. There's the obligation to indicate our financial resources, so there's a mention there of the membership fees, the 100 francs that you've just approved, and other contributions, but not limited to the IOC. This is fairly standard wording that many of you will have in your statutes: revenues from commercial partnerships, donations, or, importantly, any other source of funding that is approved by the Council. So hopefully that's clear. Very happy to take any questions.
Thank you, James, for that. Are there any questions, comments from the floor, from online? No? Then I thank you. This is pretty straightforward, so then we can proceed to the vote.
Thank you. For this vote, we have 29 eligible voters present, including 30 now eligible voters present, including 2 online. So we will proceed to open the vote. Okay, we have already collected all the ballots from all 30 voters present, so we will proceed to close the ballot, and the scrutineers will confirm the results. Scrutineers have now confirmed the results, and the results are published. Back to you, James.
Thank you very much. So we have 28 votes in favour, 1 against, 1 abstention. So for the statute amendments, a 2/3 majority of the vote cast is required, but this has of course now been approved. Thank you.
Thank you, James. And before going to point 13 of the agenda, we have some news from Budapest, fresh from the press. We can congratulate our friend Marius Wieser, who has just been re-elected as president of the International Judo Federation. So congratulations to Marius.
Big shock.
Sorry, big shock. Okay, then we go to point 13, associate membership admission for World Boxing, which is a topic for which we need your vote. So in February 2025, the IOC Executive Board has granted the provisional recognition of World Boxing as the international federation within the Olympic movement governing the sport of boxing at world level. And then in Greece, at the 144th IOC session, the session approved the inclusion of boxing in the LA28 sports program, and they did that in March 25. As such, World Boxing has now submitted their application to become ASOIF associate member for this General Assembly to be considered. And as determined by the ASOIF Council, if approved, the World Boxing Associate membership will be conditional on maintaining the IOC provisional recognition. So we want to link very clearly the process at the IOC level and at ASOIF level together so that it is consistent. Are there any questions or comments regarding this point? I don't see any. So we can now proceed to the vote. Lumi?
Thank you. And for this vote, there are 30 eligible voters present, including 2 of them online. So we will now open the vote. 30 seconds remaining. Ten seconds remaining. And the vote is now closed. The scrutineers will confirm the results. I think we're probably having some lag with the Wi-Fi network. So we will start calculating the results again. Seems there was some cut in the network, so now the results are calculated, the scrutineers are checking them. Yeah, the scrutineers have already confirmed the results, and now the results are published. Back to you, ASOIF.
Thank you very much, Lumi. So we have 27 votes in favour, 2 against and 0 abstentions. So World Boxing's application for associate membership has been approved.
So congratulations to you and welcome. And I'm happy now to invite the President of World Boxing, Mr. Boris van der Vorst, to say a couple of words. You have a portable microphone. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, first of all, for the warm welcome. It's again a major milestone for world boxing and the boxing community to become an associate member. After the provisional recognition, Olympic recognition, and the re-inclusion for boxing in the LA28 program. It's our goal to keep the Olympic dream alive for every boxer in every gym in the world. And we appreciate the trust and the responsibility. And we fully understand that the real work is starting now. And we are dedicated to do so. And the good thing is also that many of you offered already your experience to assist us. And we are looking forward to working and punching together. Thank you very much.
Congratulations again, and yes, indeed, I think you have a lot of work to do, but we wish you all the best with it, and of course, also ASOIF is at your disposal to support you in this. We are running a bit on time, or early, I must say. We are galloping in the right direction. We are going now to take, in order to allow our good friend, President Witold Banka from the World Anti-Doping Agency to attend some other commitments he has later today to bring up his report from WADA. So first of all, I would like to congratulate President Witold Banka on his re-election as the WADA president for the next term of 26 till 28, and also our good friend, congratulations to Yang Yang on being re-elected as Vice President, also for the same term, 26 till 28. I can speak from my personal experience that it is great working with you as a member of the WADA Executive Committee, and I think I have quite some colleagues here who can confirm that you and Yang Yang are doing a very good job. And I also would like to thank the Director General, Olivier Nigli, and his staff for all the good work they are doing. But without any further ado, please, we told Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ingmar. So, officially, dear ASOIF President Ingmar de Vos, my dear friend, dear Council members, friends and colleagues, before I start, I would like to congratulate you, dear Ingmar, on your first few months as President of ASOIF, and for this, your first General Assembly under your leadership. ASOIF remains in the very safe hands, and I have to say that we are working very hard in WADA together. So I'm sure that you're going to be a great leader for the future of the Summer Olympic Sports Federations. This is my sixth time reporting to the ASOIF General Assembly as the President of World Anti-Doping Agency, so I'm of course delighted to be here in Lausanne to do so. As Ingmar said 2 weeks ago, the Foundation Board of WADA voted to re-elect Yang Yang as a Vice President and me as a WADA President for the final 3-year term. So I'm deeply honored by the continued trust being shown in me and in WADA leadership team by our stakeholders. I have a sentence now in my speech that I continue to wake up each morning with enthusiasm, maybe a little bit exaggerate, not every morning, not every day, but definitely I'm ready for the challenge. And of course I'm aware of the responsibility this role carries. It has been 5.5 years of challenges, yes, but also a real progress. And now with this 3.5 years ahead, I look forward to building on the momentum and driving even greater success for WADA and the global anti-doping community. Whether it has been a global pandemic, the emergence of contamination as a really growing challenge to the system, or the increased politicization of anti-doping, we certainly have had our hands full with issues. But as a community, and I include the Summer Olympic Sports Federation in that, we have met the challenges head on with resilience and courage. A few things. Following a comprehensive consultation process, we've implemented wide-ranging governance reforms. These are ensuring greater independence and elevating the athletes' voices. The positive results are clear. Today our executive committee and the foundation board boast a diverse representation, including the athlete and independent members, and we have strengthened oversight through bodies such as the Audit and Risk Committee and our Nominations Committee. Almost half the members of our board and EXCO are current or former elite level athletes, and the formation of the 20-person athlete council is ensuring that those all-important voices are to the fore. That representation has led to the delivery of such initiatives as the Athlete Ombuds program and the Human Rights Impact Assessment. So, as you can see, these governance reforms are not just cosmetic, they are systemic, and they are about building a really modern organization that reflects the world in which it operates. Other important areas we've strengthened in recent years include the financial growth. Our budget has grown by more than 50% in a few years, so we appreciate the ongoing support the sport movement provides to WADA. Education. This is now a central pillar of anti-doping, as preventing doping, not only detecting it, so it is important. Science, the ground zero for the protection of clean sport. In recent years, we've continued to invest in the research that underpins all of our work. Scientific research is the foundation of detection, deterrence, and innovation. Last month, we announced a generous additional contribution on $1.5 million from the Ministry of Sports and Youth from Qatar. And this is not the end of additional contributions. So I think this extra funding will go towards scientific research. So we appreciate the continued confidence that our stakeholders continue to have in WADA to deliver on this most important element of anti-doping. Compliance monitoring, like never before, signatories to the World Anti-Doping Code are being held to account for the quality of their policies and procedures. This helps deliver consistency and harmonization around the world. Legal affairs, ensuring that the World Anti-Doping Code is upheld around the world, it is so important. And so our hand-working legal team pore over every single case adjudicated around the world. And they never hesitate to lodge appeals when they discover that the rules have not been properly applied. Intelligence and investigations. Every year we reach new heights in this area, and I have to say that we are particularly proud of our capability and capacity building project in Europe. This has led to developed intelligence and investigations capacity in 48 countries. We've worked closely with national anti-doping organizations, key law enforcement partners such as Europol and Interpol, to smash the supply chain of illegal performance and image-enhancing drugs. It inspired the initiation of more than 100 concerted operations involving law enforcement and the national anti-doping organizations. So overall, these operations dismantled 25 illicit laboratories and resulted in the seizure of 25 tons of drugs. So that is an incredible 500 million doses. So yes, that's incredible, I have to say. So from Europe, we are now building a broader intelligence network. We've launched this project in Asia and Oceania, and the intention is to continue to expand globally. So we will take it to the Americas in 2026, 2027, and to Africa in 2028, 2029. So the success of these initiatives, activities, sends a clear message. When we work together, we are far more effective. So we recognize that no organization, whether WADA or any other, can win on its own. So, but united with the support of governments, sports organizations, and the anti-doping community, we are strong and we are aligned. And it is having the desired result. Looking ahead, WADA is beginning a new chapter guided by our 2025-2029 strategic plan. This plan is rooted in 3 central priorities: elevating an athlete experience, strengthening the global anti-doping system, and expanding the impact of our science, education, and intelligence work. One of the key milestones during this period will be the 2027 World Anti-Doping Code update. This update is our opportunity to ensure that our rules evolve with the landscape of sport and science, especially in areas such as contamination, a growing concern that we are already addressing through targeted research and collaboration. The code belongs to all of us, so your feedback, your ideas, and your experience will shape it. This year, WADA has also implemented an athlete-centered consultation to ensure we encourage athletes to participate in this important process. So we've received more than 400 responses from athletes. Information about this athlete-friendly consultation can be found on WADA's website. So we want to encourage more athletes to contribute. As I said at the start, the global anti-doping community continues to face challenges and threats. One of those comes in the form of the so-called enhanced games. This initiative seeks to normalize the use of potentially dangerous performance-enhancing drugs in sport. It is not merely controversial, it is irresponsible, and of course it is wrong. So it threatens to erode decades of progress in athlete protection, public health, and the very ethos of sport. The event launched last month in the United States. One positive element of all of this has been the reaction of the rest of the world, I have to say. So we are really united against the misguided experiment. Governments, national anti-doping organizations, sports federations, and athletes have all come together to reject it, and rightly so. In particular, I welcome the World Aquatics decision to implement a bylaw excluding those who support or participate in this event from participating in any World Aquatics competitions, events, or other activities. I really applaud the initiative shown by World Aquatics to take a firm stand against those who are actively jeopardizing the health of athletes and the integrity of clean sports. Those of us who truly care for the health of athletes and the integrity of sport must send a firm message that we will not be deterred. Those who choose to partake in experimental and dangerous events will no longer be welcome within the legitimate sports community. And we all must stand up and condemn those who put greed and ego before the well-being of athletes and the values of fair competition. WADA warns athletes and support personnel who wish to participate in sport regulated by the World Anti-Doping Code that if they were to take part in events which actively promote doping, they would risk committing anti-doping rule violations under the code. So we will continue to monitor and respond to this threat with firmness and unity. As the 2028 Olympic Games in Los Angeles approach, we cannot allow what should be a celebration of honest sporting endeavor to be overshadowed by this cynical attempt to undermine clean sport. So WADA is now urging the authorities in the United States to seek ways to prevent the enhanced games from going ahead as planned. And for the sake of athletes' health and the purity of sport, of course, it must be stopped. But through all of this, our greatest strength remains collaboration. This is the beating heart of successful anti-doping. So the role of ASOIF and your member federations is so important. So WADA deeply appreciates the crucial role you play in the protection of clean sport. So we must all continue to pull in the same direction. So let's stand together. Let us continue to really build a harmonized, transparent, and really athlete-centered system that earns and keeps the trust of those we serve. So with your continued support, WADA's missions continues. We are energized by innovation, collaboration, and the unwavering belief that clean sport matters. So I can assure everyone here that we will work harder than ever to protect the integrity of sport and the dream of the most important stakeholders of all, the athletes. Thank you.
We're also galloping, huh? No, thank you very much, Mr. President, President Banca, for your words. And I think I can speak on behalf of all our international federations members here present, that also ASOIF condemns the concept of enhanced games, which harms the integrity of the sport and undermines fair competition. And alarmingly, it also threatens the health of the athletes. So these games go against all the core values of sport. So I think I can say on behalf of everybody here that you have our support in case that it can help in your fight against this craziness. Before opening the floor for questions, I would also like to mention that and thank Professor Erdener, who has been for many years the leader of the band, I would say, the leader of the delegation of the Olympic movement in the WADA Executive Board and Foundation Board, and was always chairing the preparatory meetings and also the discussions, sometimes the difficult discussions we had with public authorities. So also for that, many thanks and congratulations. And I have to step in your shoes. I know I try to do my best. But thank you for that. And now I'm happy to open the floor for any questions, if there are any. No? So you can gallop back to your place there. Thank you, Witold. As we are going fast, I propose that we now go to point 14, Governance Task Force. So as you know, Francesco has been since the beginning, the chair of the Governance Task Force. So thanks again for his vision and leadership in this. This ASOIF governance project helped a lot and still helps to preserve the autonomy of the international federations by improving governance internally and avoid external and governmental interference. The Governance Task Force has played a key role in promoting better governance across the Olympic movement, so not only with the ASOIF membership, but I think it's a process that is recognized by the entire sport world and even by intergovernmental organizations. Since I'm both ASOIF president, but still also president of an international federation, in which role I was appointed many years ago into the Governance Task Force, it was important for me to stay out or at least not to chair the ASOIF Governance Task Force in order to maintain some neutrality, although governance is high on our agenda, so I insisted to stay as a member of the Governance Task Force, but not to lead it in order to assure impartiality. I'm happy to say that the Council has appointed and that she has accepted, of course, Madame Snežana Marković, who you all know as the new independent chair of the Governance Task Force. So congratulations to you, Snežana, and before giving you the floor, I ask maybe James to give a little update on the Governance Task Force activities.
Thank you very much, President. So yes, we discussed the governance work at some length yesterday, and it really has been one of the things that perhaps ASOIF has been best known for over the last 9 or 10 years. I was sitting next to Ben Cohen at the dinner last night, who's a member of our GTF, and it was actually Ben who I think looked at all the existing codes out there and came up with the initial set of 50 indicators. So thank you to Ben and also your colleagues on the GTF. So as we know, a lot of progress has been made. We published the 5th report last summer, just ahead of the Paris Games, and that trend of great progress has continued. We will embark upon the 6th review, which will follow a similar timeline as before. We will launch it in October this year, submission deadline mid-January as before, followed by the independent moderation by iTrust Sport as usual, with a view towards publishing in the summer 2026. You'll recall that in the last edition we went from 50 to 60 indicators to take into account recent topical developments and to make sure that it was still kind of up to date and fit for purpose. So we're in the process of just revising that questionnaire. The GTF met a few weeks ago, and we're just piloting a few of the limited changes to the questions. But the idea would be to publish that on our website as soon as we can, so that youth federations kind of know what you'll be working towards, particularly for the associate members who will be invited to participate for the first time. So yes, now I'd just like to invite the new governance task force chair, Snezana Markovic, to come onto the stage and give us a report. So Snezana has a very strong background. She's an independent senior expert for human rights in sport and has worked for WADA in that capacity, but she's also a former Director General of Democracy at the Council of Europe, and I think it's a Minister of Youth and Sport rather than a Minster. I think that's a bit different. Actually, apologies for the spelling mistake there. So a Minister of Defence and Sport in her native Serbia. So over to you, Snezana. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Thank you, President De Vos. Dear Presidents, dear Secretaries General, dear colleagues, as you've heard, my name is Snezana, and also family name Samajic-Markovic, but I can reassure you that a pronunciation of my name is not going to be an indicator in governance review. Now, as you've heard, as Director General for Democracy for 2 mandates or in 10 years, I used to monitor implementation of 50 different legally binding international conventions. Among them, European Convention Against Doping, then the Convention Against Spectator Violence, and also the Convention Against Match Fixing and Illegal Betting, which actually was negotiated and entered into force during my tenure, for example. And I also oversaw EPAS. And for example, I too supported the initiative that Council of Europe joins IPACs when it was created. As a Minister of Youth and Sport of Serbia, for 2 mandates also, I was elected to represent Europe in WADA Foundation Board. And this actually helped me to better understand what can be done to protect the integrity of sport, both from national but also from international perspective. And in defense, to be frank with you, I thought defense is a power, but no. Once when I started working with sport, then I saw what is the real power, because everybody is interested in sport and very, very few people indeed in defense. I'm not speaking about importance only. Now, my professional career is long, so I'm not going to speak about all these details. It's just to say that all this experience had taught me also why integrity and governance are so, so important. And therefore, I take this opportunity to say that I'm really honored to be entrusted this mission, to chair the ASOIF GTF. I also take this opportunity to thank President Ingmar De Vos for proposing me as an independent person. And I also thank the Council for endorsing his proposal. I take this opportunity too to thank Francesco Riccibiti for inviting me to become a GTF member in 2021. And at my very first meeting, very first GTF meeting, I said, I'm here because I trust Francesco. Now, I'm sure all of you present here trust Francesco, so why was this important at all? Well, at that time, public authorities were strongly urging the sports movement to strengthen governance in the wake of several scandals. So trust was not taken for granted. And also, with the Council of Europe being institutionally involved in IPACs, one might have asked, why would Director General of Council of Europe would be part of ASOIF Governance Task Force? Well, I'll tell you why. From governance perspective, when a crisis detonates, what the organizations typically do, they create a unit, designated unit, to which they delegate the stress and delegate the work. But ASOIF has chosen a totally different path. It created a task force, not to delegate the work, but to share it with all international federations involved. And I really thought, this is remarkable. This is very atypical crisis response. And honestly, it sent a powerful message that good governance matters to you, that federations are willing to take ownership, and that there is a clear structure for assessing and for improving governance. And over time, indeed, the improvements have become tangible. Take the 5th edition of the GTF review. For the first time, all international federations met the target score of 150 points out of theoretical maximum of 240. We also saw a very clear progress on several issues like gender equality, like safeguarding, the publication of externally audited financial accounts, and also, over time, 29 out of 32 then international federations outsourced their anti-doping functions to the International Testing Agency or another independent body. These are just few examples. But again, the message is clear. This was not only documented success over time, it was above all a collective success. And it wasn't just about what each international federation achieved individually, but about what was done together. And this, I think, is a formidable message. So I thank again both Francesco and other members of the GTF because I've learned a lot. But now what? GTF was never just a crisis response. It contributed to IPEX. It integrated IOC basic universal principles of good governance. And most importantly, it set the trend, like a forward-looking engine. So, to maintain this spirit of aspiration and achievement, how should we position the 6th review now? Should we increase the number of indicators? And no, don't worry. At this stage, our priority should be consolidating this success, focusing on stability. And the number of indicators, as also James said, and you had it in your materials, will remain the same, though we will slightly refine the wording of some for clarity. And not only wording, but simply we will seek your input, of course. If we don't raise the number of indicators, shall we raise the target points? Each previous review has raised the bar, implicitly signaling growing ambition. If the Governance Task Force sets the same target for the 6th review as it did for the 5th, will that be perceived as stagnation? On the other hand, as we've heard this morning from the President, ASOIF President, this is a period of transition with elections and inevitable changes across the board. So perhaps in such a dynamic and moving context, maybe the steadiness is strength. If we maintain the current 150 points target and 135 for associated members, this can offer predictability. And it can give international federations necessary space and time to empower their internal processes. But there is something that we can change. We can deepen the focus. And I'll give you two examples. You've heard about them too. National federations form the core constituency of national Olympic committees, continental associations, and the international federations in the end. And they are the essential part, not only of attracting new athletes, but they are the essential part of the pyramid of sport governance. And during my time as the Minister of Sport, I witnessed firsthand how complex and challenging the governance within national federations can be. And frankly, I was often tempted to push for stricter national legislation. Well, I didn't, because culture is just as important as procedures, and one can achieve a lot of things with policies, not necessarily with regulation alone. But other ministers might be tempted for stricter legislation, so think about it. Also, the responses to the existing assessment indicators show that international federations support and monitor the governance of their national federations. However, this is often done retroactively, intervening in elections, investigating alleged misconduct, or in short, stepping in when problems escalate and maybe even blast. So I think this is an important area to deepen the focus. Another important area, as you've heard, is also the recruitment, education, appointment, and the retention of sport officials within international federations. And this directly contributes to both sport integrity and good governance. So there is a need for a governance scrutiny, not only to ensure transparent and fair officiating, but also that officials have access to sustainable career pathway too. And besides, the IOC has placed strong emphasis on achieving gender equality among sport officials. And there should be, I think, also targeted efforts within international federations to promote greater gender diversity. But these are other topics will be discussed, and your input will be sought at the governance workshop, which was most probably will take place on the 1st of October this year in Lausanne. And when it comes to the timeline and other important elements for the 6th review, you have it in your materials, of course. Now to conclude. The world we live in today is anything but predictable. You know it. We are gradually becoming accustomed to instability and what feels like a permanent state of emergency. In a system addicted to crisis response, what doesn't explode doesn't count. And whether the emerging global order will be bipolar, unipolar, multipolar, or even non-polar, as some scholars suggest, this remains uncertain. But what is certain, and you know it very well, is that sport will face continued pressure in the future, and navigating this vast ship will only become more and more challenging. So if the autonomy of sport is its anchor, then the good governance could be its compass. And this compass is not to define a destination. Rather, it can guide us to ensure we are moving in the right direction. And for me, ladies and gentlemen, I will commit the best of my abilities because I believe deeply in the mission of GTF. As I said, I'm grateful for the trust placed in me. And dear colleagues, I'm here because I trust Ingmar. He doesn't wait for things to explode. He understands the value of proactive and strategic thinking, as I'm sure do all of you, through your steadfast commitment to good governance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and dear Snezana. I try to do it right. Although I believe that we have been already very successful, I was very happy yesterday to understand during the brainstorming or the work session that good governance still needs to remain at the core of our agenda. And good governance principles, like the society, they evolve, so there need to be continued monitoring and updating of the principles. So I can only say I wish you all the best, good luck, you can count on us, and we look forward to the next chapter of the governance task force. I don't know if there are any questions, but happy to open the floor for Snezana. She is very capable, as you have seen. No? No questions? Okay, then I thank you and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you again. And then I hand the floor to James for the next chapter.
Thank you very much, President. So you'll be pleased to hear that now is the time for the lunch break. So it will be served in the dining hall upstairs from now until we're perfectly on time until 1 o'clock. And the ASOIF staff, volunteers and hotel staff will be available to guide you if you get lost and provide assistance. Please do return to the room on time, and for the virtual delegates on Zoom, we'll see you in and out in 1 hour. So bon appétit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we continue our General Assembly, and we are now at point 15 and 15.1. We get a presentation from the IOC, and I'm happy to invite IOC Sports Director Kit McConnell and the IOC team to the stage. But before giving him the floor, I would like to thank Kit for his dedication and close cooperation with ASOIF and all the international federations over the many years. As you know, by the end of the month, he will leave the IOC and he will join Brisbane 2032 as the Chief Sport Officer. And we saw him already in action with 2 hats at the Coordination Commission in Brisbane earlier this month. So we wish you all the best with Brisbane 2032. So I'm sure that all our members, and including ourselves, that we will be for many years in contact, and hopefully will cooperate very well in preparing successful games in Brisbane. You have some challenges there, we know, but that's for each games, and for each games they are different. So I wish you all the best. And I would also like to take this opportunity to welcome, because he's also here, the incoming sports director, Pierre Ducret. Congratulations with your appointment. Luckily, we all know you as well. So we are happy that you are taking the baton from Kit, and we wish you also best of luck in your new role. And I'm sure that we all will communicate very intensively once you picked up the new position. So good luck, and look forward to working with you as well. Having said this, Kit, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, dear Ingmar, and also dear Francesco, who's here as well, and dear council members, dear friends and colleagues in the international federations. Thank you for the welcome, Ingmar. And yes, I'll be wearing both hats this afternoon. leading the IOC presentation. And in about an hour or so, I'll be back wearing my Brisbane hat as well. Ingmar, same jacket. We can't afford the jackets yet in Brisbane, so same jacket for today. Equally, I think you acknowledged and congratulated all of the newly elected International Federation presidents. It's been a busy election season since the last General Assembly formally met in Birmingham last year. So please also, for those of you that are here or online, accept our congratulations for the newly elected International Federation presidents, and equally those Secretaries General who have joined the positions since the last General Assembly, including the couple that have moved from being Secretaries General to Presidents as well. As you mentioned, Ingmar, this update is my last one as the IOC Sport Director after 11 years. And I'll say a little bit more on that at the end if James and his timekeeping will allow us to maybe go a couple of minutes over the half hour designated. And as you said, Ingmar, it's great that my successor has already been named, and great that Pierre is here with us today. Obviously, Pierre brings huge experience of the IOC, of games organisations, of working with international federations to the role, and the games are the critical focus for us, as you'll see in our presentation, but equally the upcoming ones from the OCOGs, and it's great to have Pierre, who can, as seamlessly as possible, take over and also drive forward the team and the partnership with ASOIF and all of you. Equally, that continuity is there with my colleagues that will help present today, David, Jane, everyone else in the sport team that's here, and many of the IOC sport team are at the back as well, so the continuity is there from the IOC side. But in saying that, let's get into the presentation. I know there's upcoming presentations from LA, Dakar, and Brisbane as well, so we will touch on some of those aspects, but equally potentially come back to them when those respective OCOGs are presenting. So today, in the time we have available, as I mentioned, we'll give some updates on the Olympic Games. That'll be between myself and David. I'll touch very quickly on the individual neutral athletes, not to let it go unsaid, but we're in deep discussions and ongoing discussions with many of you on that one. And then the third part of the presentation will be around something we're very deliberately titled as IF Engagement and Support, and this is about the wider partnership that we have with all of you and the wider support that we continue to focus on providing to all of you. Both the IOC President, President-elect, and yourself, Ingmar, also just noted this morning that since the last General Assembly, and it does seem both a while ago and yesterday at the same time, we did have a quite incredible Games in Paris. As I mentioned, this is the first General Assembly when we're officially together since then in this forum, and again, we can never thank you enough times. These games, as you felt, as you've seen, as you've heard and talked about since, truly brought the world together, not only overcoming the geopolitical and social issues, but really around something incredibly positive, and that was around sport, around athletes, and around the values of the Olympic movement. So again, Etienne, I know you're not here in your Paris capacity, you're here in your BWF capacity, but anytime we have the chance to thank you and your colleagues in the organising committee, we will, so thank you. But equally thank you to each and every one of you as international federations who has said this morning, coming out of the challenges of Rio, coming out of the challenges of a COVID-impacted Games in Tokyo, really worked as true partners to plan and deliver your sports to contribute to that incredible success we saw in Paris. Equally, we followed up, as was mentioned by James and Ingmar this morning, with the Games time data reports, with the more detailed ticketing reports, which will set a basis of the reporting to you moving forward under Pierre and David and the team, and equally the debrief process which led to the LA transition, which again will become a regular part of the structure of communication between the IOC and you as federations. Moving quickly on to the upcoming games, and I'll pass to David in a second, but just very quickly from my side on LA, it's been a busy few months, and LA will go into this with a little bit more detail with Nico and the team. As I mentioned, the transition seminar was the first of its kind, building on what we did after Tokyo. It is something we will look to repeat and probably look to do on a somewhat annual basis now to make it a hybrid of a type of chef de mission equivalent for international federations to really allow us to have consistent messaging and discussion. On the qualification systems, we've approved the principles. We're in deep dialogue with all of you, and we will approve those over the second half of the year for your sports. We've confirmed with you the event program and athlete quotas, and I'll touch on that in a little bit more detail. With LA and with our support, finalised a venue master plan, had a delivery partners meeting in April as well, and then most recently, as Ingmar touched on it, a coordination commission just last week in Los Angeles as well. And coming up very shortly, in a couple of weeks' time, we'll finalise the competition schedule by session, and we're in deep dialogue with you around event delivery briefs and technical regulations as well. So there's many touch points, but there's a lot that has been done, and the coming months are equally critical to the project. On the event program and the athlete quota, a huge thank you. It's never an easy task. It's always hard. Well, it's impossible, let's be honest, to find approval on all of the requests we get. But I think the one thing we do strive for from the IOC side is a very open dialogue and exploring all of the proposals that are made in full transparency with you. And in that regard, again, thank you for all of the information you provided, and thank you for your understanding and your discussions every step of the way towards the final decisions that were made at the start of April. Where we did get was a games that build on the gender equality we had in Paris and actually provide the most powerful platform for the promotion of women's sport that the Olympic Games, and in many ways, perhaps across any sphere, the most powerful platform for the promotion of women's sport that we've ever seen in the Olympic Games. That is what's waiting for us in LA in 3 years' time. More medal opportunities, but those medal opportunities were also built around where they add value in the respective sports for the organising committee and by extension for the Games as a whole. In doing it, we remained cost and complexity conscious, and it's a repeated theme you'll hear probably from us, but probably from each of the organising committees as well this afternoon. We did, and thank you again to LA for the alignment on this, managed to confirm that the 10,500 quota would be protected, if you like, for the international federations, the existing IOC added ones, which meant we didn't have to come back and cut any of the specific quotas, besides one adjustment we made in an individual sport. And of course, then we confirmed the programs and the athlete quotas across the 5 additional sports, including the 4 team sports added by the organising committee as well. I'll now pass on to David to lead through the rest of LA. David was on site at the COCOM last week in LA, so is better placed than me to speak to that. And then David will take over for the next couple of upcoming games as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Kit, and thank you, President DeVos and council members as well for the opportunity. Just looking at the coordination commissions that we've had over the past 3 to 4 weeks, I'm not going to steal the thunder of the organising committees at the back, whether it's Shane and Nico, Ibrahim and the team, and even Kit. So we'll let obviously those presentations play out. But I want to just give you a few of the headlights or headlines that came out of the commissions. Notably in Los Angeles, we had a very constructive meeting with the organising committee there, LA28, at their new offices, and they've moved into in downtown. Probably looking at the key points, in April, the venue master plan was updated, and it's worth noting that whilst this was an important milestone for LA, there are still a number of outstanding venues, and certainly those in the room are very aware of what they are, but for example, say that the football venues. So there's still a little bit of work to be done in terms of the finalisation of that venue master plan in its entirety. The timeline and process for the onboarding of sport managers, and this is something I know that's of real importance to the federations, and discussions were had there, and I'm sure that Nico can pick this up in his presentation later, but it's understood that the timing of this and the need to have that contact point within the organising committee is of significant importance. And we heard more about the approach to event delivery, especially understanding that the importance of the professional leagues and experienced venue operators in in Los Angeles and the California region is something to be tapped into where appropriate, but it's really important that you as international federations also have the ability to be integrated into that process as well, and that's going to be an important part of LA's move going forward. The continuation of what was started in Paris, which was a shift from the doing of test events to a testing strategy, which was based upon risk assessments and risk analysis, and therefore coming up with mitigating factors. And it's really important that that continues, and that's done with the agreement of the federations. The baselining of the SDP and the work that's been done from LA's perspective in terms of finalising training venues, and that does need to be ultimately approved through the federations in terms of the number and location of those training venues, and that's going to be something that, again, LA is going to pick up moving forward. Touching on Brisbane, and probably rewinding 2 weeks earlier, there was the third COCOM in Brisbane, but noting that this was the first one that was actually done in person. Key points to note that the sport programme, and this was a IOC Executive Board decision from a number of months ago, was to move the determination of the sport programme into 2026. And through the course of the Coordination Commission, very much the feeling was that this would then be pushed to the back end of 2026 to allow proper time for analysis and work with you as federations in terms of coming up with an agreed timeline and process for that. So that's looking to be towards Q3 of 2026, but ultimately that's an Executive Board decision. Following the Queensland Government 100-day review, Brisbane is looking at its outline venue master plan, and they will be looking to engage with the international federations to very much ensure that your rules and regulations are respected in terms of any proposals that are come forward with from the organising committee to yourselves. And that is something that, again, is really important in enshrining the role of the International Federation in those venue approvals. And with that, it takes me on to talking about the national federations. And we know that they have a very strong voice in Australia. And it's important that the National Federation role is clearly understood from their side, and also the role of the International Federation is clearly understood in those consultations, and the right of approval ultimately sitting with you as international federations, and the support of the national federations in terms of legacy proposals and so forth is well documented, but it's really important that there is a clear and understandable process of sign-off that is respected there. And then just looking at the visual timeline for the determination of the sports programme, looking at the possibility of that being condensed into the sport programme, also with the OCOG proposed sports and potentially the disciplines of your sports all being agreed at the same point, which would then give finalisation for that venue master plan and agree and allow Brisbane to actually move ahead with detailed planning with the events and athlete quota as per Los Angeles taking place generally 3.5 years out from the games as is standard. But again, that's something that can be picked up upon later. And then looking to Dakar and another coordination commission that was had, this one, the seventh one, which was a hybrid commission. The visit policy was approved at the end of last year, and a number of federations have been taking good use of that now to understand the location and nature of the venues that have been proposed, and also understand the local context, and working with Ibrahima and the team there to ensure that the operational planning that needs to take place actually can kickstart. March this year, we had the finalisation of the participation principles, and that dialogue between International Federation and Dakar is going to be of real importance moving forward, and very much, from our perspective, the appointment of sport managers to help facilitate that, so you have that contact point within the organising committee, and that ability to transfer knowledge both ways between OCOG and International Federation is there. Dakar has themselves reached out to the 10 sports on the engagement program and are in the process of setting up individual meetings with each of those to explain their approach with each federation. And whilst that venue master plan is now confirmed, it is important that the construction timelines are closely monitored and the operational planning now moves ahead, noting obviously that the time frame is shrinking day by day, but it's important that we get that commitment from all sides to keep moving that process forward. So you'll be hearing a lot more about each of those 3 organising committees from the teams at the back, and I'll now hand back to you, Kit.
Great, thank you, David. As I mentioned at the start, in regard to the individual neutral athletes, I'll keep it short, but I did want to use the opportunity again just to thank so many of you as international federations who have created that pathway back to the field of play for the athletes with Russian and Belarusian passports as neutral athletes. So thank you for that. Our position as the IOC is very clear and I think has been consistent over the time since the invasion, that athletes should not be punished for the actions of their governments, and we should collectively work to find ways that even under a neutral protocol, those athletes do have the chance to compete on the field of play along with their colleagues from other countries. So again, we thank you to all of those federations who have created that pathway, both before Paris, at Paris, and since Paris as well. And as we have over the last couple of years, we remain absolutely available to those federations that are governing the individual sports to keep that dialogue going, to assist in any discussions you're having internally, to help you develop the current or evolving eligibility review processes and the other areas around that. So I just wanted to not let the chance go without acknowledging the work of the federations in that regard and our ongoing support for any assistance we can provide to those federations governing individual athlete sports. In regard to IF engagement and support, and this is the last section of the presentation from the IOC, as I mentioned at the start, I think we're very conscious that we as the IOC have developed a hell of a lot over recent years, part of that driven by Olympic agenda, and part of it driven by requests that have come since then from stakeholders around the movement. We've got a lot of resource and capacity in different subject areas across the organisation now. That often means that we come to you raising subjects that we believe are very important to the Olympic movement and to international federations. And often, again, that's at the request of stakeholders or driven through agendas that come from the IOC. One thing we can perhaps do a little bit better moving forward, and here I look to David, Pierre and the team, is also reversing that and taking more time to sit with international federations to understand your strategies, your priorities and your pressure points at a given point in time, or over the coming Olympic cycle, and understand how we can match up those areas of capacity and support that we have inside the IOC and with our partners to match up to your priorities. So it's not a one-way identification of priorities and making it one size fits all across the movement, but understanding better your priorities, your pressure points, your strategies, and seeing how we can match those against our own and maximising all of those services and support we have inside the IOC. To do that, and this will be very much one that Pierre and David will pick up with you, and a great way for Pierre to take some time with each of you to understand you, your organisations and your strategies. First of all, we're doing an updated mapping internally across the IOC about those areas of support and service that do exist or maybe in the pipeline to come into to fruition in the current period. Then sit with each of you, again, with David, Pierre and the team, to discuss exactly what I mentioned, what your strategies are for the coming period through to LA, where your pressure points are, what your priorities are, and just make sure that we're communicating with you about that and providing all of those services and supports that exist across the IOC and making sure that they're at your disposal. Some of the existing areas that we have focused on over the last couple of years that highlight this capacity that we can bring, firstly around digital engagement and support, and I note that Ergen, who heads the IF Relations inside the DEM team, is at the back of the room, and thanks for joining us, Ergen. I know you're in contact on an ongoing basis, you and your team, with many IFs. the key message here, and you'll get a copy of all the slides now, so you'll see all the stats and everything else inside. But the key messages here is that we have invested a lot, like many of you, in building the capacity we have around digital engagement, social media channels, and others. We've built incredibly extensive platforms and communities linked directly with the Olympic Games, with the Olympic movement, and by extension with you and your sports and athletes. All of these are available to you. It's a matter of us just working together to find ways that we can maximize your access and use of those channels at given points in time. And we want to make sure that we do maximize that. You can see some of the stats on the screen, our web and app that we integrated prior to Paris in 12 languages, averaging 10 million monthly unique users on our wider social media channels and digital channels. In 9 languages, we have 154 million followers and over 1 billion monthly engagements, and that's outside the Games period. And our fan base, which is our highest level of engagement and communication, we have 35 million users that receive a constant stream of engagement through that platform as well. Now together, we really took some first steps in maximizing this in the build up to Paris and the qualifiers, which many of you partnered with us around. Again, to be clear, it's a full opt-in. We're not imposing this around any of you or your events. But this just gives a snapshot of the success we achieved in the 2 years building up to and during the Games in Paris, specifically with summer sport-focused content. Not general content, not winter or anything else, summer sport-related content. We covered nearly 500 of your events, 1,000 of your athletes, and you can see the impact that we had on it. The number of social media posts, and the bottom one jumps out as well. 663 million engagements, and that's people responding to posts, not just looking at them, but liking, sharing, commenting, and so on. 663 million engagements around sport-specific content that, again, was promoting your sports and your athletes, and this was just in the build-up to and at Paris. We're clearly going to be replicating this with the winter federations in the build-up to Milano Cortina. We know we're in contact with many of you regarding events around the current season, but what we would like to do is just make sure that we're systematically discussing this with you and your communications and digital teams to make sure that we're seizing all of the opportunities that we can to promote your sports, your events, your athletes, any other content that you want to push out to use our platforms. And of course, as we move towards the Los Angeles qualification season and processes, we will also build on this great success that we had with you for Paris. Around elite youth level athletes, and again, you'll see some of this data on the screen when you have the chance to go through in more detail later. But the young athletes at the Games, and by young athletes we define it as being under 18, so up to including 17 at the time of the Games. The numbers have been pretty consistent, although in Paris we saw actually a slight increase, but there was a huge amount of visibility over recent Games. A lot of that started with the youngest ever podium in the skateboarding event in Tokyo, continued for different reasons around the issues with Camilla Valieva and figure skating in Beijing. But all of this has just led us to appreciate that sometimes the regulations and all of the elements related to young athletes are not easy to deal with through international federations and sometimes for us around the Olympic Games. You see a breakdown of Paris in summary, 204 athletes up to including the age of 17, although we should note the vast majority of those were 16 or 17, but the ages did go down to 11 in Paris, a young Chinese skateboarder who turned 12 on the day of the closing ceremony. But it crossed over 90, I think it was 91 NOCs. So it's really a spread across countries and a spread across sports, as you can see on the screen as well. 3/4 female and a real spread across sports, even if just in low numbers, and across NOCs as well. Now, to be really clear on this, we as the IOC are not looking to implement age regulations at the Olympic Games. We're not here to tell you about minimum ages, maximum ages, or anything else related to it. But what we can do is provide you with research and considerations for you to put in the context of your own sports. And so we're working on finalising a youth athlete framework, which we'll put at your disposition hopefully by the end of this year or in the first quarter of next year, ahead of getting into the qualifications for LA. And that's pulling together all of the medical research related to young athletes, all of the considerations around training, competition, loads, all of those elements, the holistic approach to young athletes in terms of continuing education, certainly around elements of coaching considerations, event regulations, all of these types of things. And we've worked with a number of you in this room to understand what you're doing and get your feedback, and also to be able to provide case studies of best practice in this space. So again, we're not looking to implement age regulations ourselves for the games, but looking to pull together a lot of information in this space to make available for you and your federations to consider in the specific context of your own sports and disciplines. And then the last couple of points from my side, mention was made by David, I think, in regard to professional leagues and potential event delivery models for Los Angeles. We're very conscious that many of you have existing relationships or certainly deal with professional leagues or tours in your respective sport landscapes. In some cases, a highly regulated positive partnership between a federation and a pro league or pro tour. In other cases, a little bit less structured, and in some cases, that bringing a little bit of tension. Again, we're not looking to insert ourselves into your world, but what we are conscious of, and this goes back to one of the original Olympic agenda recommendations about both attracting the best athletes to the games and supporting federations in their partnerships with pro leagues and pro tours, is just to see how we can add value, again, to your potential partnerships or relationships with pro leagues and pro tours. Not imposing anything, being very clear that we will not have direct relations with pro leagues or pro tours. It will always be with and through you as international federations, respecting your relationships and how you would like us to support you in those relationships, but just making sure that if there are things we can do, for example, creating joint promotional opportunities, supporting the pro leagues themselves in certain promotions, that we can both understand what is available and help you if it adds value to your relationship. So again, we'll be building that into our discussions with you, just so you're aware about what we're doing, for example, around the NHL partnership to have the best ice hockey players in Milano Cortina, what we are supporting already with a couple of federations and their existing partnerships, be it around development programs, promotional events and others, but always with and through the federation and nothing imposed on you. Again, just making sure that if we can bring some opportunities to support you in that relationship and some new assets or promotions, then we're doing that in the right way through your respective federations. But again, not forcing anything on you, just making sure that if you want to, that we're bringing some value to that if we can. Just the last ones before I pass on to Jane. In a similar vein to the digital engagement, we've done a lot of work in the space of AI. We clearly do not know everything in this space, and we don't pretend to. We're on the same journey you're on about learning, identifying areas where it can be a great asset, but also trying to manage the areas where we think it can bring some challenges as well. We launched the agenda a year ago now, and many of you were involved in the build-up and the launch. Since then, we've had the forum with representatives, I think, of every one of the federations in this room in December. We've continued that with a number of deep dives with federations. We know there are some common areas where many federations are looking to use this around refereeing and judging, internal organizational efficiencies, event organization, these types of areas, automated production of content. So we're looking to take this feedback from you that will help shape our next steps, and we're looking to bring this together with another forum coming up in a few months' time, to which you all will be invited to bring together an update on where we are and also map out the next steps on this. Concretely, we've already used AI ourselves around Paris, as you know, around the protection of athletes. We had AI systems in place covering social and digital media that removed over 100,000 posts that were screened before the athletes even saw them. It was an opt-out, so nearly every athlete in Paris was protected from those abusive messages on social and digital media by an AI solution that we provided, and we're looking to do the same in Los Angeles and also in Paris, as Giannis and his team have highlighted to you. We used AI to digitally generate athlete and sport-specific content instantly at the end of competition and made that available in many cases for wider promotion as well. So we will continue that AI journey with you. If ever you want to proactively reach out on certain subjects or more holistically, we're here on that. But the next time we'll have everyone together is the end of September to map where we are. And with that, and James, conscious of time, I'll pass over to Jane for a couple of slides on health, and then I'll wrap up. Thank you.
All right, hello everyone. My name is Jane Thornton. I'm the new Health, Medicine and Science Director at the IOC. I've met some of you over the last little while. I'm 5 months into the role. Very happy to meet more of you as we go forward, and please consider that we can have any one-on-one direct conversations related to health, medicine and science that's concerning your IF. Just to give you a very quick update, we were formerly the Medical Scientific Department, and we recently received approval of a new name for President Bach in December 2024 to coincide with the start of my new role as director to include the word health. And it's really to reinforce the core mission of protecting and promoting athlete health, as well as providing global leadership to enhance health in sport and through sport. So really looking at optimization of healthcare, athlete health at the Games, and also at all IOC events, and also further strengthening the IOC's role in key strategic partnerships on improving physical activity, mental health and safeguarding clean sport and public health. And if I could just take a moment to acknowledge that the way that the foundation on which we have come to this point is so strong, and it's thanks to, and I want to just acknowledge Professor Erdner, who masterfully led the Medical and Scientific Commission to this point and has really provided a very solid foundation to the work that I came into, and I want to thank you very much for that, because it is absolutely tremendous leadership on your part. I'd also like to acknowledge our chair, Health, Medicine and Science Chair, Robin Mitchell, who's also in the room, who is also, has a wealth of experience in many aspects of sport and exercise medicine and health, and we are very truly grateful to benefit from your leadership as well. My first priority when I started in January 2025 was to meet with every single IF, Medical Commission Chair or SecGen or President, but generally we work through the Chief Medical Officers or the Chair of your Medical Commission. I'm pleased to say that I've met with over 40 of the IFs. We're just missing a couple that where meetings are imminent. And we have learned so much from those conversations. It's been a one-on-one, good half hour or so, sometimes longer and sometimes more than one conversation with you, with your IFs. And what I wanted to just very quickly highlight is that we've just conducted an IF health needs assessment survey with those chief medical officers and medical personnel within your teams to understand what the needs are from the IFs. And they align very well, and I wanted to just really touch on those. We had 100% response rate. So thank you for that as well, because it really does help us inform our strategy going forward. And so the main message that I received from it, that medical planning should be proactive, not reactive, and co-designed with IFs, which was a clear message that I also got through from my one-on-ones. And so just to talk about the overall needs, and President DeVos knows already that I'm very happy to be transparent, be present, be proactive, and also show accountability so that you see that what we're working on, what we have heard from you, or what we are working on to improve our communication with you, to improve, look at your health needs and so on, and come back to you after these results are in. I'm happy to share them with, the results are in now, but once we compile them, I'm happy to share them with you all. The overall needs that we received from your chief medical officers and medical chairs was that there needs to be a greater IOC-IF alignment, that clearer communication channels, improved communication and consultation. We need to have more inclusive and athlete-centered health strategies. I know there's a number of Olympians in the room, to my left, to my right, myself as a rowing Olympian, that we know that athlete-centered health strategies are crucially important to involve athletes at the center of what we do and trying to help us plan what we do. And we also know that ongoing opportunities for collaboration and knowledge exchange need to happen as well. And so what we've done is we're already responding to those needs. As I said, even the conversations that we've had, have really determined right here, right now, what we'd like to do going forward. The first is that we have a new IOC medical expert group for the Olympic Games. This was in response to IOC and OCOGs. And essentially, it's looking at composition of a medical expert group that's very specific to each addition to the Games, because each OCOG, and even at the times of the environment and so on, have specific needs that need to be addressed, with improved knowledge transfer from Games to Games, so that we're also listening to IFs and NOCs and so on to deliver better medical services at each Games, ensuring that knowledge transfer happens. And we also have a central coordinator to facilitate triaging of requests through the IOC and the OCOG, so that your medical chairs can be involved at the daily briefings that we have in terms of medical services, which is a new aspect to what we are bringing from MICO onwards. So we're excited about that. And this is also the earliest that the medical expert group has been formed. And the reason for that is we've heard that we need to have more proactive communication and involve IFs sooner in the delivery and governance and oversight of medical services. And lastly, what I would say is that we have listened to your priorities to have an IOC-IF workshop. This is very specific to IF medical chairs. What we are looking at is planning it to be the 2 days after the IF forum in October. So we're looking to bring the chairs and meet with them over these specific areas that they have identified as being crucial. Mental health is one of the highest priorities for us that we've heard from you, but also looking at injury prevention, looking at sex and gender eligibility policies. We're bringing in the IFs in a safe environment, in a safe place to have these very important discussions, to bring in the resources that we can assist with and understand that we are helping with those resources as you've asked for, and governance and strategy as well. And lastly, just to say in terms of safe sport, safeguarding mental health are within the Health, Medicine and Science Department. We're very glad for that. To thank each and every one of you for your support and your engagement on safe sport by including safeguarding officers. There's been a number of action points that we just had at the Olympism 365 Summit last week, a lot of commitments from different international organizations to continue to strengthen our multi-sectoral action, build capacity, and also this means that we have new resources, tools, and education for you and for the IFs. And I again want to thank Kit absolutely for your leadership and your support of our department for safe sport in particular in bringing this forward. It's something that we find is very critical to IF conversations, and thank you for that support as well. So anyway, what I would just say is lastly is that why we think it's so important is that a healthy athlete means that they're a happy athlete, they give back to sport, they get involved in their IFs, in their communities, and act as positive role models. So we see this as a win-win. When we look after their health, they also are benefiting sport in general, and we thank you for that communication and commitment. Please do feel free to reach out to me, hold me accountable to what I'm saying today, and we hope to give you more responses soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane, for the great energy and proactiveness you've shown since you've been there since January. And the very last slide for today is really just enforcing what we've said about the relationship with you being really holistic and just making sure that through open dialogue, we're really supporting each other as much as possible, but you're using the resources that the IOC has as much as possible. And just a reminder that here in Lausanne, you've got your house as well, the Olympic House, as well as the Olympic Museum. It's open and available for any meetings you want to have, regardless of the size. And the benefits that come along with that are that we're often the opportunity for our leadership, our administration, different parts of the organization to join your meetings as well. And of course, we've got the Olympian wall there, and any time, whether it's around a meeting or another time that you have an Olympian in town or at your headquarters and you would like them to come in and be recognized at our Olympian wall, that is always available to you as well. And equally, anytime you want to recognize Olympians in your sport around your own events, we can support you in doing that as well. And then just the very last words, Ingmar, James, and everyone. As you noted, I finish in 2.5 weeks, taking off a couple of days after that to Brisbane, and I just wanted to say thank you. It's been 3 Olympic Games that I've been through with you, Rio, Tokyo, and Paris, each one very different, but each one very special. I think when we look back, it's over 30,000 athletes and Olympians that we've delivered competition for, and through them and with them helped change lives around the world and promote the Olympic movement and what sport can bring. I think over 1,000 Olympic competitions, if we look back on those 3 games, which is just incredible. But from my side, as always, it's about people. And so a huge thank you to each and every one of you in this room, each and every one in your teams that sit behind that, each and every one of the OCOGs that have been part of this journey as well, many of which the people in this room in particular have become not only colleagues but friends along the way, and I look forward to that continuing in the next chapter of my own life. To my team, David, Bram, Jane, everyone that's here at the back, a huge thank you. I couldn't have asked for a more amazing team, and while it's me presenting and often going overtime, Ingmar and James, it's these guys, as you know, that are doing the work behind that, so a huge thank you as well. And after a decade in World Rugby, another decade here at the IOC, it's time for a new chapter in Brisbane, one I'm hugely excited about and one that I really look forward to continuing with all of you. So again, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Kit. And I think in these circumstances, we were happy to allow you to go over time. But let's not become a habit for your team in future meetings. I still think it's worthwhile to give the opportunity to the floor to ask some questions and clarifications. So I'm happy to open the floor for any questions or comments, if there are any.
I may.
Yeah. Seb, please.
President, thank you. And Kit, thank you to you and your teams for a comprehensive update. You, with all the good governance we would expect of you, declared an interest that you were currently wearing 2 hats. Let me, in similar vein, declare an interest, because the observations I'm going to make are based on a current hat and a hat I discarded in 2012 as the chair of an OCOG. I think there is a clear, and you would have recognized this in your time in your current position, you'll recognize that there has been an observable trend within the games delivery model of shifting some of the costs away from the OCOG and onto the international federations. And I don't think I'm the only federation president that would consider that to have a clear and present danger if that is a trend that continues, even given the real attempts of all the international federations to make some quite clear cost savings. And I guess the second adjoining point I would make to that is that when an OCOG under the old system of bidding, a bidding organisation under the old system created a bid document, there was rather an assumption that it went on to become the host city contract, and that the host city contract was not an a la carte menu, it was something that you were expected to deliver on. And I do think going forward, we need to have better policing on behalf of international federations in the implementation of that. And I guess the third point is, look, I think as federations, we are all very clear about the need to share amongst ourselves and amongst our member federations. And I guess my plea would be going forward to be a little less protective about some of the data the IOC has, particularly around broadcast, because that allows us as federations to be income regenerative and optimized outside of the games time, and for athletes allows them to access income revenue streams away from the field of play. But thank you for the overall drift, and good luck in Brisbane. We look forward to working with you there.
Yeah, Kit, I would say I give you the possibility to reply.
Thank you. No, thank you, Seba. Thank you, first of all, for the partnership as one of the most global and leading federations that we've had with you and your team, and that will continue in Brisbane, clearly. Just to pick up on a couple of the points, look, we are looking to be as efficient around games delivery as we can. I think you have that goal around your own event. Everyone here does. The goal is not to shift costs. Where that has happened in the system, we're trying to understand where and why it has happened, and whether it's mandatory or discretionary, i.e. federations are opting in for higher levels of service, which are not necessarily fundamental to games delivery around hospitality or other areas, or there is a transfer of cost. And there we worked with the ASOIF team ahead of and following Paris to try and document that. It was a incomplete science, let's say, but it is a goal for us to reduce cost and complexity while not automatically leading to a shift of those costs and a reattribution of those in the system. And Pierre has been fundamental in looking at ways that we can reduce that cost and complexity, including with LA recently. So let's really keep an eye on that. The goal is to make it efficient, but not shift those costs directly onto IFs, NOCs, or other stakeholders. And then just on the final point on the data, Seb, we're very open to I think, if you feel the levels can go a step further, let's sit down and discuss those where they add value. I know we've done a lot of work with John and your team around Tokyo and how we can share our databases for promotion and so on for your upcoming World Champs. But if you do feel there's data that's sitting there that you would like, let's have a look at it. And as far as possible, we'll absolutely share that. The stronger you can be with your partners in promoting your events and your athletes, the stronger we are, frankly, at the Games. So if it's possible, we'll clearly do it while respecting any data protection at an individual level that's in place. Thank you.
Thank you for that. If there are any further comments or questions, I would like to make 3 remarks, basically. First of all, thank you for the confirmation that you will always pass through the international federations, even when it comes to connecting with professional leagues. The IF has the monopoly on the relationship with the IOC, I would say, and thanks for confirming that. I heard already a couple of meetings that are somewhere in the air, and I would like to ask, I think on behalf of many of the federations, to do a timely planning so that we know long time in beforehand, because I'm sure that we all have very busy calendars, so it would be good to know these meetings the sooner better than later. And I think there is one thing I would like to highlight from the Brisbane Coordination Commission, which stayed a little bit under the radar. I don't think everybody fully understood. But when it is mentioned that the sports program for Brisbane will be confirmed in 2026, we had a very open conversation about this in the Coordination Commission. And it was very positive, I believe, that the President-elect confirmed that when it comes to the sports program, that in 2026, it's not only the sports that will be confirmed, but also the disciplines. And this is something new, because this will allow the organizing committee as well as the international federations to know what they have to deliver. Because in the past, we knew the sport, but we didn't necessarily knew what disciplines we had to deliver. And I think that's a new step, and that will happen which was confirmed by the President-elect in the second part of 26, because the sports program is something that needs to be approved by the session, so there will be a session dedicated to that, and the disciplines by the Executive Board, and there was a clear commitment to bring those two together and to communicate that at the same time, and for that, I think we are very grateful. Having said this, again, Kit, David, Jane, thank you very much for your presentations. Except that you went over time this time. Sorry? It's due to the questions, I don't think so. But anyway, Kit, we wish you all the best. Thanks for being here. We know that you are moving, packing boxes and all of these kind of things. It's a long trip from Lausanne to Brisbane. We wish you all the luck, and we look forward to see you many times in the future. And again, Pierre, good luck in your new position. Thank you.
Thank you.
Talking about time, some years ago it was time for Africa. Soon, now, after the postponement, it will be time for Africa. But timing seems also to be a kind of an issue for Africa. So we are looking forward to the presentation of our friends from Dakar, and I'm inviting Ibrahima and his team to make their presentation. But again, talking about time, I would be grateful if you could stay within your time slot, because we are running a bit over time now. So welcome Ibrahima and your team to the stage.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. President Ingmar, dear members of the Council, dear Director Executive James, distinguished friends from international federations. It's our honor today, as you mentioned, President, on behalf of the President Mamadou Diagne, to thank you very much for the opportunity given to us to present the Kabir Pen, the newly hired sport director, and of course with Mr. Bala J, the former sport director, who is now in charge of international relations. Let me quickly. Today our reports will be focused on Dakar 2026 sports program, meaning competition programs, Dakar 2026 engagement program, venues and infrastructures where we are, and of course game services, and very quickly conclude our presentation. Last time we had a report, we have focused on a lot of things, but since that there was a lot of events and major advance that happens regarding Dakar project. I would like, and Kate already mentioned that, and David, regarding decision that has been made by the executive board related to the finalization of Dakar 2026 sports program, the finalizations of the event and the quota. And one decision that has been made by the EB of December, last December, was regarding the refugee program and the African Torch Tour program. And in the meantime, the monitoring of the project was focusing on one important step, that was the Conseil interministériel under the leadership of the Prime Minister, the new Prime Minister, that has taken 40 decisions in order to implement the project of Dakar and to involve all national stakeholders under this project. And during our last COCOM last month in Dakar, we had the opportunity to make a report on where we are and where we're focusing. Last COCOM in November recommended to have a new structure governance in order, because some delay was noticed in the project, and we had set with the IOC a new governance structure that helps a lot in the progress of Dakar 2026. And what's going to present it today by the team will be mentioning the large progress we have made. What is important, the structure governance, is working at the very operational level, at the medium level, and really at the decision-making level, based on the co-creation and co-construction between Dakar and IOC. And one important point is regarding the recruitment. Today, the Dakar team, we are 206 people. And what is important to notice is the diversity that composes the team. We are open, and we have today 11 nationalities working in this project. One important, and thanks to Paris, thanks to Etienne, we have a lot of people well experienced coming from Dakar, from Paris 2024, that helps our project. And another important thing is regarding the gender representation. 44 people in the team are female, and we are going under this progress. It means that diversity is a core value in Dakar's team. Another important thing in terms of legacy is the Learning Academy. We set under close cooperation with IOC what we call Dakar 2026 Learning Academy. It's a program of training of 419 people, young people, newly deployed, and that are going to be trained and involved in the process of Dakar 2026. And you can see here the 9 cohorts that are going to prepare, and the first one, 41 people, until the end we'll have all these young Senegalese or African people that are going to be for the first experience in organizing a sports event. Another way to involve Senegalese people is regarding the program of contest. The mascot of Dakar 2026 was launched through a contest, national contest through kids, and the official customs and outfit for winner ceremonies. These 2 programs, the results are under construction, and we will reveal them. And there will be other contests, like for the children, for official songs, official dance, and the medal phase B. All this, we put it in place to know that how we can involve Senegalese and African young people in this very important and historic project. Mr. President, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Kabir Pen, who will present the competition program. Kabir, please.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. For the competition program, right now we, in March 2025, we work in the close relationship with the IOC Sport to finalize the day-to-day program and the competition schedule. It was a very good, nice work we did with them. And after that, we worked with the International Federation to mainly kick off with them to go to the session program. For the session program, we finalized that in the end of June, and we work also for the sport manager. Right now, we have 13 sport managers to onboarding for the program we have. And also, the thing is very important is the close relationship and the work we did with the National Federation for all the program and the project the National Federation did. He used the knowledge we have with COJOJ to help them and do the observation program with the National Federation program. And the third part is the acquisition we did for the process for the equipment and for the sport presentation and all the we need to have right now 20 sport managers. And also the SOV specific volunteer and the national NGOs. We work also with the National Federation to move forward and for the training and for the select. And all the close relationship, partnership we did right now for the International Federation. When we come to Senegal, he changed everything. For the job we did with them, to work together for the monitoring we did with them and the close relationship we did with the International Federation for the tabletop is a great moment to work together for the strategy and everything we're supposed to do. And the communication and alignment we did with this federation was very important and very interesting with all this international federation to coming to Senegal. You see for this, what all the international federation to come in Senegal, we have 10 international federations to coming to Senegal to visit and also to work together with them to implement the program, and all the requirement he give it to us is a moment to work closely, and very good progress we did with the 10 federation to coming. And the next 3 months, we have 10 other federation, international federation to coming to Senegal for the visit. This visit is a very good, very interesting moment to work with all the part in the COJOJ. The last thing is for the sport publication information. We also send the newsletter to all the international federations, the first newsletter we did, and also in the guide of international federation and the guide per sport, we is in the good progress for that. And the information center for the youth and the information for the desk, is a good progress for that. And the specific, the SSV and the NTO, the strategy is done. And right now we work for that. It's very good, interesting. And I tell the International Federation to work closely with the National Federation to train all the NTOs, because this is very important for us, for the legacy we build with the Senegal and with Africa. For the sport presentation, it also good progress, and in February we did a workshop with the 250 people to explain them what it look like for the sport presentation, because it's not something we usually use for our sport. The workshop was very interesting to show people, because we invite some people to come to France to explain that. And for that, we implement the strategy is done, and we use that, and we, like Ibrahim was saying, for the Learning Academy to train all the people we use for the sport presentation. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Kabir. Maybe, Mr. President, I would like to invite Mr. Abdoujar, who is the Operation Director, to present the sports engagement and venue and infrastructures before we conclude our presentation.
Mr. President, they now put the pressure on me, the risk of running over time, so excuse my speed. I will need to update you on some aspect of the project. As you know, Dakar Sport Program is not only about competition, but it's about a very strong engagement program where we want also to put the. I will need some help to. Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Oh, thank you. So the engagement program that we've been working closely with IOC is to make sure that the activities on the program in the competition venue won't be only about competition, but about very diversified activities to make sure that your athlete and all the stakeholders will feel the energy with the spectator. So we have worked on the program composed with many different activities, about concerts, about education activities, about sport engagement. I will come back to that, about art and culture, to make sure that we will have the opportunity to showcase African and Senegalese culture in all competition venues. It also will be about fan zone that we will put in place within the competition venues and around the cities, and about a very strong play program that will also take place in the competition venues. Just to come back and insist on the IF's engagement program that we've been working on over the last months closely with a very strong support from IOC. We've been in touch with you, but the idea from now is to engage a very direct communication with each of the 10 IFs. Again, the sport program is about the 35 sports, so we will make sure that the program about the ASOIF sports engagement will be up to your expectations. So we've now decided about the venues. I will just illustrate it after these slides. The venue will be at the Corniche of Dakar. But from now, the idea is to work closely with the IFs on the content and the program about this IFs engagement program, and make sure that we will end up with a mutual concept that we will be implementing from now on. These direct communication with the 10 IFs will start, and we will be happy to hear from you and start scheduling these direct communication and engage a co-creation content for the IF engagement sport program. This is the illustration of the venue where the 10 IFs engagement sports will be played at the Corniche of Dakar. Some of you may already know about this place. It's a very popular place in Dakar. If you go along this Corniche at 5 or 6 in the afternoon, thousands of young Senegalese will be practicing sports. That's why we think that these places will offer the opportunity to engage with the African and Senegalese young for the 10 IFs program. It won't be only about the 10 IFs engagement program, but it will also be the main festival sites for the Dakar program in 2026. Dakar Enjeu, this year it will be our main test event, so we're inviting all of you to come and attend and see. It will be not a very big moment, not only a very big moment of engagement with the youth, but the main test event this year will be played during Dakar Enjeu. So it will be about futsal international competition. We have started discussion with FIFA about the program. The venue will be at Dakar Arena in Diamniadio, so it will also give us the opportunity of testing some specific aspects during this event, November of this year, during 7 days. We also have additional activities in the 3 cities, Dakar, Diamniadio, and Saly, of course. And of course, we will also have the opportunity to experience some concert and cultural activities during Dakar Enjeu this year. So you all are very welcome to take part of this event later this year. A quick update on the venue and infrastructure. As IOC and Kid was saying earlier, the venue master plan is now approved, including actually for the training venues. We are now all aligned with the different IFs regarding the venue master plan. The main update is about cycling. Thank you to the International Federation. They have been very supportive in confirming this venue for the road cycling. And of course, the main festival venues now decided at the Corniche of Dakar. But in addition to that, for the main sports, we've been aligned with almost all of you since some time now. In the constructions, as you know, we do have about 3 out of the 7 competition venues that are under construction. We are very much on track. The venues are planned to be completed March next year for Ibamar Diop and December this year for CTO. This is some pictures on the work progress on the grounds, but we now quite on track, so no stress on these 2 venues. Equestrian is one of the venues that is under construction as well. The plan is to be completed by August this year, so we have a very strong monitoring framework with IOC to make sure that every month, every week for some of the venues, we do have update from the construction company. Just a quick word on the VDB process. Again, this is a moment for me to express a heartfelt thank you to the all IFs. They have been very supportive during this process of developing the VDBs. And thank you to your teams or your respective teams. It's been a very stressful process, but we now about to release the VDBs tomorrow, actually, the 12th of this month. The VDB will be released. This is a high-level timeline on the temporary infrastructure that are planned, but again, we are on track on this. Quick words on the game services. accreditation system and process are now confirmed. So this is the key dates on the accreditations. I now need to insist on that. Accommodation, all the rooms that are necessary to accommodate all the populations are now assigned and secured. We are about 5,000 rooms secured with more than 70 hotels already signed. So we're now starting the allotment process to make sure that everyone will be accommodated depending on some principles that are now being developed with the support of IOC. The transport concept is now being approved. Main aspect is about the fact that we'll be mainly using the public transport system with the common shuttle service that will be in place. This transport operational plan is now also under validation with IOC and the Senegalese authority. On the security, we now have the official framework with the government, and we're now working on the strategy to be finalized the coming weeks. Thank you. I will give the responsibility to the President to make us late for this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdul. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Just to conclude, to show you the roadmap, we had clear roadmap, very precise details we are working on with IOC to make sure that everything will be on time for this fantastic and very important rendezvous for Africa. And for international federations, 4 areas we wanted to focus in order to improve our collaboration, strengthen in the close collaboration with Dakar 2026 right now, from now. And we also call for a close collaboration with the National Federation, as Kabir mentioned earlier, for the legacy purpose. Assist on the sports equipment acquisition process. We are not on time. Time is up for that. And indeed, have the opportunity to assist the Dakar Enjeu testing event that's going to happen next November. It will be very important for all of us to be there. Maybe right now what I wanted to take a small time to show you on the prime time, the official video of Dakar 2026 that are going to be launched in 2 days. Video, please.
L'Afrique, berceau de l'humanité, terre de croyance et de résilience, est prête à marquer l'histoire du sport. Autour des Jeux olympiques de la jeunesse, le Sénégal est uni pour le sport et pour l'avenir. 14 jours de compétition où le monde entier va vibrer. 2700 athlètes des 4 coins du globe vont s'affronter, et toujours avec respect et humilité. Tout semble perdu, l'espoir lui demeure. L'Afrique va briller et parer d'or celles et ceux qui vont se démarquer. Toutes et tous, nous allons être fiers de ces jeunes athlètes. Foulant le sol sénégalais, défendant les couleurs de leur pays. 25 sports de compétition, 10 sports d'engagement et de nombreuses festivités culturelles. Dakar, Diamniadio et Sali sont prêtes à vous accueillir pour honorer la relève. La jeunesse va vous faire rêver. Et si elle fléchit, le Sénégal, l'Afrique et le monde vont la soutenir. Du 31 octobre au 13 novembre 2026, l'Afrique accueille, Dakar célèbre. Maintenant, c'est à toi de jouer.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Mr. President. In order to be aligned with the actuality, I would like just to show, sorry for British, one important thing, the victory of Senegal against Great Britain yesterday. This is how to show how sports and Youth Olympic Games is something very important, and it shows that sport is a very powerful thing in Africa. And next time, after France, Britain, we are looking after third country, European third country, or maybe Germany. Thank you very much, and merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ibrahima, and I was pointed out it was not Britain, but England. You beat England, not Britain. Britain rules the waves, England doesn't. Okay, thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. I hope, and I sincerely hope that you will take this opportunity to connect with the relevant international federations during your stay here in order to further work on some issues. So, given the time frame, I would like to reduce the number of questions, but if there are any, please raise your hand. Yes. Please.
Hello, Mr. President. Alessandro Nicotra, ASOIF Secretary General. First of all, thanks for the presentation. It's very nice. We are happy to support Africa and support Dakar. We are a bit worried about the meanings of the engagement sports. We don't have any info about, and the competition are very close, or anyway, the program is very close. When you believe that it will be possible to know exactly what you need from us, which kind of support we can give you, because we are ready to support and to help the organization with all our knowledge and maybe also some fund. So we are willing to cooperate, but we are seeing not a powerful communication from IF to the organizing committee. So we are playing to speed up a bit. Thank you.
So, oui, allez-y. Mais brièvement, s'il vous plaît.
Merci. Thank you very much. We have, as we mentioned in one letter I've sent 3 days before, we will have bilateral discussion. We are booking that with your technician, with technical from each international federation. We have the concept, the proposal of concept, but we are ready to discuss it. And indeed, we'll have interaction later on to book clear dates on that issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further questions, comments? If not, then again, merci beaucoup pour votre présentation et votre équipe. Très important maintenant de continuer le travail, de connecter avec les fédérations internationales. Donc on vous souhaite beaucoup de succès. We wish you all the best and a lot of work to be done. But thank you very much for your presentation. So now, without any further ado, we go to point 15.3, presentation from Los Angeles 28. We all remember the transition seminar back in January, where Nico made great presentations and made a lot of promises also, I must say. But I think we can say that when we had the 6th COCOM meeting in Los Angeles last week, that we could witness that there was a lot of progress made. In the meantime, also the event program and the quotas have been confirmed, but there are always, like with all games, some milestones that need to be catched up. But we were happy to see a very motivated team during the COCOM, also a team that is now expanding. tremendously with new hires, especially in the sports department. But without any further ado, Shana and Nico, I'm happy to give you the floor for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. President. To the leadership of ASOIF, thank you for including us in this most important meeting. To the members of ASOIF, thank you for including me into this community. I'm fairly new. My name is Shana Ferguson. I am the Chief of Sport and Games Delivery for LA28. I joined the OCOG on April 7th, and man, my learning curve has been exponential, but what a ride it has certainly been. Our agenda for today, we're going to discuss, I mean, my goodness, David really teed this up. He pretty much hit on these would be our agenda points today. We will talk a little bit about venue plan finalization. Then I'll turn over to Nico to talk about staffing of the sport team, which I know is a very important topic, particularly for this group. We'll also speak about event delivery model, which was already touched on a bit earlier, and we're excited to tell you where we are with that. Then back to Nico for IF services engagement, and then we'll wrap up with next steps and milestones. I know this is a lot to look at, but first I'd like to thank the IOC for your help, not only in approving our venue plan, but in helping us get here. This has certainly been an aggressive exploit for us. We will have 49 venues when all is said and done. It's a big undertaking. And certainly as part of Olympic Agenda 2020+5, we are proud to announce that we are not constructing any new builds for this Olympic Games. 77% of our sessions will be held in a permanent venue. Now, those permanent venues will have various degrees of overlay, certainly. We've got to put 2 swimming pools in an American football stadium and then overlay and opening ceremonies on top of that. But again, a permanent structure already in place. So 23% of our sessions will be held in temporary venues. What you see here is almost all of those venues. What you don't see here certainly are 6 preliminary cities for football. Those will be held really in other spots across the country. But you also see a little bit of an overlay here on Oklahoma City. As you all know, we'll be hosting 2 disciplines in Oklahoma City. If you look at these 2 concentric circles, you'll see the biggest radius there at 50 kilometers is showing you all of the venues within that circle that are served by the Olympic Village at UCLA. Most of our venues will certainly be served by that village, and those athletes in those venues will be utilizing the Olympic Village in UCLA, but we will have 3 satellite villages, as well as athlete accommodations, certainly in the other cities for preliminaries for football. But just note that we have 1 main athlete village, certainly in 3 satellite villages. We will have over 30 training venues. I know this is another hot topic for this group, as it should be. We have turned our attention really away from locking in our venue master plan with a couple of potential modifications, certainly, and are acutely focused on our training venues plan. We will have all training venues locked in by the end of this year, but we won't wait until the end of this year to announce those venues. We will do a rolling announcement of training venues as they come online. So I'd like to say a very public thank you to the IFs who are helping us with determining which venues are certainly most apt for training. With that, I'll turn over to Nico.
Hello, everyone. Good to see you again. Sorry if I couldn't join. We couldn't join for dinner last night. We had a board meeting, and we locked one of the 3 pending venues that we discussed at COCOM. See, still on track for that end of June promise. But yeah, so very busy times in LA. We start with a quick update on sport managers. That is very much a hot topic. It was raised on a number of occasions also last year, COCOM, DPM, and we're happy to provide an update on this one. The team is really growing now. We were intentionally lean for a number of years, and now the gates are open, at least for the sport team. You must know by now some of the names here, but basically the traditional structure, right? You have sport planning, everything that is a centralized project under Katie Dunnett. She comes from Vancouver 2010, as well as a number of other organizing committees, lots of Olympic experience. We have now onboarded a dedicated IF service manager, Melissa, who you probably have been in touch with on accommodation. Leah, a former IOC, former Paris 24, just joined us as a planning and ops manager. And competition schedule is a hot topic, so I think by now you all know Matt. We have a new dedicated manager for sport equipment, Frank, who joined us 2 weeks ago. And then let's move to the competition management side. So similar to what Paris did, we split the 36 international federation into 4 buckets. And something that we've done a little bit different from Paris, we really wanted to make sure that the group composition of these buckets was fully reflected with event management and venue infrastructure. So we have full overlap between these 3 functional areas when it comes to the composition of the sport, meaning that you will find some of your discipline, those that have multidiscipline, across different clusters, but it was really important to make sure that these 3 FAs work as one. So we have Jack, we have Brandon, and Rodrigo. Rodrigo joined us, is the second international of the organization that joined us a month ago, and now we're already more than 5 internationals and more coming up. Rodrigo joined us from Rio 2016. Still looking for the 4th senior sport group manager, and the sport managers. So that's the update we want to provide. Just a quick one on sport presentation. We have appointed 2 days ago the subject matter expert that will develop in the bottom-up budget and strategy. We will announce her, but someone with a lot of experience in the Olympics. Where are we with the sport manager? So a little bit of terminology. So the onboarded are the sport managers that are in LA, in our office, not only hired, but already working in our headquarters, the new headquarters in downtown LA. That's a 15% of them. Another 15% has been fully hired. And in some cases, there are 2 international that are going through the visa process, but they are fully hired. And they're joining us in the next month or so. We have another 20% that have been fully identified. What does it mean? That we already went through this process together with you, International Federation, and we're down to 1 candidate, and that's it. We are now ready to make the offer. And 36% are in process. Now, the 17% not started, it wasn't for lack of trying. It means that we went through the different CV and resume, and we couldn't find the profile in order to start the interview process. So you know your respective situation. If that's the case, we're working very closely with you, and then also with your NGB in order to find that pool of candidates. But we're still very much on track in order to have identified all the sport managers identified by the end of this summer. And then we're gonna continue on board sport manager. And the last sport manager that will be onboarded will be summer 26. So that's the timeline that we have in mind. On this one, yeah, that is the progression. Those few headcount after Q2 26 are discipline managers. So this is what we have in mind in terms of progression. It's something that we have to work very closely with event management and VNI. So there is an organic growth. Otherwise, the issue is that we bring the sport manager, create work, but we cannot satisfy that work on the venue side of things. So it's very much an org effort. Before I go to the next one, a couple of points for you to consider. So salary range. We had this discussion in-house. There is flexibility for salary range. Now, this has to be motivated by the US market, specific sport, maybe specific candidate is a little bit more senior, but there is flexibility on the salary range. That was one of the question. Internationals, we are hiring also international. The thing is, if we're going to hire an international, you still need to put forward the best US candidate you have. So we have a benchmark to compare. This is very much a priority of the organization. We're not leaving necessarily new permanent venue behind us. We want to leave a soft legacy in terms of expertise in US. So there are already 2 internationals that are going through the O1 visa from a number of international federation. But indeed, even if the process is not super quick, it still takes a couple of months, we're open to that. The third point I want to make is the one of subject matter expert, SMEs. So in some cases, we have identified a great expert. We cannot quite afford that specific expertise for the salary range that we offer. But because of the complexity of either the sport or the specific overlay that we have in mind, it's very important for us and for you, from a risk assessment standpoint, to have that expertise to review the first version of the venue design book, some of the critical assumptions. So we're bringing this person on board in a temporary capacity as an SME. There are two paths here. One, the SME could be the mentor of your future sport manager, and we're going to overlap the SME with that sport manager for a number of months. And two, that SME could become the event general manager. So the structure is the one that you should know in terms of organizing committee. You have the venue manager, now rebranded as event manager, and the sport manager. In some cases, we have already identified the SME that comes from sport that will become the event general manager. And our EVM team already signed off. We're working very closely with EVM, with Tim Geda. So we are recruiting for him as well, in a way. And this is a great opportunity. It's not a way to reduce headcount, because once you take the scope of an event general manager, the scope is massive, so you still need that dedicated resource looking after the IF engagement. But at least you have someone that has very much a sport background, which I think is super important. So again, flexibility in salary. We are open in bringing on board international, but let's start with the best US candidate first, and that path of SMEs for you to consider in terms of either mentor or someone that could play a bigger role down the road.
Thank you, Nico. In my quest to be fast, I forgot to mention that, of course, we locked in our Paralympic venue plan as well. So great big thanks to the IPC for their help in a little bit of a takedown, certainly from our Olympic venue plan, but some nuances with some differences in sports, certainly. So big thanks there. Okay, we'll talk about event delivery partnerships now. Again, in our need to be a little bit more efficient and a little bit more sustainable per our Olympic Agenda 2020+5, we are considering where to lean on those who have expertise in various places. Now, we have said, look, we were prepared to run all 49 of these venues from the OCOG, solely from the OCOG, but is that the smartest thing to do? Likely not. How will we determine when to bring in an EDP? At least one of these criteria needs to be met for us to bring in an EDP. That partner needs to reduce costs or increase revenue, reduce complexity, reduce risk, and enhance the product. At the end of the day, every single one of these competitions has to be the most technically proficient to deliver the most excellent experience for our athletes, period, end of story. So we will certainly consider, and we are considering, and we'll talk about a few of them, partners who can help us do these things even better than we could have done it on our own. Big thanks to Etienne and your team in Paris for helping us understand what went really well in Paris and perhaps what things we could improve upon in this particular space. In the interest of time, I'm not going to go through these, but just know that we have evaluated our criteria in addition to what went well and what didn't go quite so well, certainly in Paris, to determine what the implications are for us utilizing EDPs. We're going to prioritize those who have experience operating these particular events in these particular venues, and we'll show you some examples of those next. We want those who have experience in the local market, certainly those who have relationships with relevant local authorities. Folks, we have 88 municipalities we need to serve for the LA28 games. That means 88 city mayors who believe they need to be credentialed. That means 88 different, law enforcement organizations. It's pretty complex. So we certainly need partners who can help us integrate all of these different municipalities. We have a preference for suppliers with U.S. operations, naturally because of the efficiencies found by those who are already located in market. We'll focus on those who can clearly demonstrate cost savings or certainly the ability to generate greater revenues. And we are engaging with these EDPs early. And I'm going to show you some of those we're engaging with now. This is a bit of an eye chart, I know. But let's talk about these 5. These aren't the only 5 we are speaking with now, but these are certainly, arguably the most prominent. Naturally, we're working closely with the NFL because of our new venture with flag football. The Dodgers and Major League Baseball together will help us deliver baseball in Dodger Stadium. MLS, together with FIFA, certainly are helping us not only scope 6 additional prelim cities, but help us deliver in each of those stadiums in each of those cities. I should mention, too, the IFs for each of these particular sports have been in lockstep with us. So great big public thank you to the IFs who have been helping us determine exactly the right delivery partners and how to engage with them. Surfing is a fun one, an interesting one for us, certainly in Southern California. We would be remiss if we weren't leaning on the World Surf League, certainly to help us deliver at a venue wherein they're used to hosting sailing events. And then an interesting and nuanced one here all the way to the end in a little bit different color. We're utilizing a nonprofit in the Tiger Woods Foundation together with our friends at IGF to deliver golfing at Riviera Golf Course. So all of these conversations are still very much in development. This is still to be kept pretty close to vest because these deals are not signed, but these deals will be signed in 2025 for us to have a nice 2-year runway to deliver with partners in venues in LA. Back over to Nico. I'm gonna get out of your way.
Great. So services and engagement. All right, you guys have started visiting us. Please continue to do so. And this is a little bit where we are as of today. 60% of you already have visited LA. We have another 33% that has scheduled the visit. That is a 6%, and again, not for lack of trying. We haven't scheduled you guys in the calendar. I'm sure you want to come, but let's make sure that we get you on the calendar. And this is basically how we are going to approach the upcoming visit. In some cases, we were the one pushing back on some dates, and that was very much linked to the limited headcount that we had a few months ago. The more we grow, the more we can run multiple visits in parallel. So we look forward to boost the number of visits. This is not just to take a look at the venue, but accommodation is going to be a critical one at this stage for you guys to review, not only for the technical officials, but also for your IF delegation. So how are we going to communicate with each other as the team continue to grow? So let's prioritize, and that really should be the priority now after the competition schedule at the end of June. Let's identify the sport manager as soon as possible. That's number one in terms of ensuring a good engagement between LA28 and the IF. But anyway, even in those cases where we still don't have a sport manager, let's continue this monthly engagement, and that's what we want to put as a cadence, this monthly engagement with the respective senior sport group manager. We need to have this monthly touch point with your respective technical person. We're going to start a newsletter. Actually, we're going to start with the 3 years to go, so on the 14th of July. And then, so this is a bit of an overview of the status, basically this kind of presentation at this high level, but hopefully it will trigger some questions so then we can follow up with the sport manager. The second newsletter will go out at the end of the year, and then after that we go with a quarterly cadence. I have webinar on specific topics. I believe the one that we had on accommodation in May was very well received, and it was helpful. At least these are some of the feedback that I received. We need to do one as soon as possible on ticketing, so we're targeting August for that one, and likely that will follow with another hospitality one. But webinar on specific subject is definitely a way for us to do a deep dive together on key topics that are relevant for you. And now with the dedicated IF service manager, this is the email address. Please reach out when it comes to any specific questions. Because of the time, we kind of wanted to put together a bit of a checklist. So you're all aware of what are the priorities now, and ideally after today, kind of going back to your team and double checking where are we with these priorities. Competition schedule is the ultimate priority right now. I want to make sure that everybody understands that next week is penciled down on the competition schedule by session. I know that we're there. There are at least 11 international federations. I checked today that we have already agreed with the competition schedule. You just need to send an email to confirm it formally. And then there is a bunch of them still in the order of 5 that we are still fine-tuning the competition schedule, and this is going to be the priority for the next few days. But end of next week, we need to submit the schedule to the IOC for an approval at the IOCEB. This is competition schedule by session. First of all, we can always fine-tune the start time, and that's the nature of the competition schedule. Then in 3 months from now, we're going to release the competition schedule by event. But as you know, many of these competition schedule by session are built bottom up, so from the events. Athletics, swimming are a perfect example of that exercise. So please, please, please make sure that we get this finalization of the competition schedule in the coming days. Shana mentioned the training venue. The last training venue will be finalized by the end of the year, but the first wave will come out this summer. As explained in the webinar on accommodation, the portal is open. It will close on September the 30th and then reopen in March next year. Ticketing, I would say let's wait for the webinar, but these are the dates that my team asked you to put forward for you to be aware. So a client ticket portal registration that opens on September 3rd. That's why the schedule is urgent, and the request opening in October. Just another one, sport delivery plan. So let's work together on finding the best template here, because in the past we went from MOUs into these endless Excel spreadsheet. At the end of the day is what works for you. So this is going to be a very important point to discuss with the working group at ASOIF, because I want to avoid that a vocal minority of you that have a very strong idea of what the sport delivery plan should be and end up driving a design that doesn't work for the majority of you. So if we can find a bit of a compromise on this one, because the one thing that we don't want to do is wasting resources and time. So it really has to be one document with the right level of detail, but also something that can be read through. This is interesting also, like the Winter IF have their own model with MOU. We went more into a list of deliverables. Let's see what we can discuss, and let's see where we can land. This is not just a tracker of deliverables, but these will identify opportunities where we can work together, IF and LA28, in terms of the actual delivery of it. There are lots of discussion that took place in 23 when we did the discipline review process. A lot of optimization that are not forgotten, and they need to be reflected in a document. We, as an organization, we want to be fair. Fair is not equal, but we want to recognize the effort that many of you already did through the optimization process of the discipline. So let's use this document also for this. Sport equipment, we have a dedicated resource. So end of the summer, we would love to have full visibility on the sole supplier and the confirmation from you guys of where we are with sole supplier. And then we're going to start working with you on the full list. The baseline is going to be Paris, but I'm sure that there will be changes. On testing, what David presented is very much correct. The first stop is going to be the IOC aligning on the broader philosophy of the testing, so very much need-based. Paris is going to be the baseline here, so not running events for every single discipline, but really understanding based on the risk assessment what are the priorities. This is an assessment that we can only do together with you guys, but let's have the strategy finalized first with the IOC, and then in September we sit down together and we go through the different testing and readiness opportunities. Sport initiation, which is not sport exhibition and showcases, so that's the activation outside the venue at games time. Very much needed in our sport parks, right? There will be spectators moving from one venue to another. There will be time to kill, and there's nothing better than sport initiation to promote your sport. I think on this one, it would be a nice area for you to work with the National Federation. We already asked the National Federation to start providing some information, but we pushed them to go towards you. So this would be a good partnership between you and the NGB. Let's come up with ideas. Of course, we need to understand first also the availability of space in these parks. Some of them are very dense. But let's start with your proposal of what you have in mind in terms of sport initiation. What are the requirements, the footprint that you have in mind? And with that information, we can optimize the plan at the sport park. And I think I stop here. And thank you. And I'm sure there will be questions. Thank you. So we were not at dinner, but we will be here and we will be the last one to leave until you guys want to talk. So from, as soon as we finish here, you will find Shane and I to address any sport-specific question. But if there are more general one, happy to address it now.
Thank you very much, Shane and Nico. Are there any, and I like to suggest, more general questions as you are available for one-to-one after the meeting? Seems not. You are convincing.
Sailing.
Yeah. No. Surfing.
Sorry.
Surfing.
Thanks, President. Thank you, Nico and Shanna. First of all, congratulations on the work that's been done. We're quite grateful for the decision in the end of our venue. Very much appreciative of that as the absolute best location for our sport. It's not so much of a question as it is a comment, because obviously we see our professional tour, a business entity on the screen, being presented as a potential event delivery partner. We are, of course, aware, and we appreciate their experience in trestles. And it's an operational experience, which, of course, makes sense to take advantage of. I think the comments that were made earlier about the necessity to pass through the federations and ensure the federations understand very clearly what the role is of a professional tour, that were made by Kit, that were made by the ASOIF president, and clearly there are a few others in the room that are in a similar situation, is extremely important here, for us at least. We now are in our third games experience and have had varying degrees of experience with our professional tour, and have a good relationship with them, but it remains critically important that the Federation, as per the Charter, remains in complete control of the competition and how it's delivered, because those agendas and those interests are not always 100% aligned. So I think it's important just to make that comment. I appreciate, obviously, that we have been consulted. Nothing has been decided yet, as Shanna said. But we are, of course, open to finding the best solutions. Thanks.
Can I make a comment to the comment? Yeah. So absolutely, we're very much in lockstep. Not only we need to be on the same page, but let's put it in writing. So the proposal here is to have an MOU between LA28, the International Federation, and the Pro League. In some cases, it might include the Player Association, depending on the Pro League. So we're all on the same page in the respective role and responsibility. If there is a specific follow-up, so an actual legal agreement that's going to be handled once we have the clarity with the MOU of respective role and responsibility. So the legal agreement will be one-to-one with that specific entity. Could be the IF. But But yeah, it's the MOU is a starting point for these discussions. One thing that we want to avoid is to put the Pro League and the IF in competition with each other on deliverables. That's for sure. So let's find synergies. Ultimately, it's not a matter of can this Pro League or can this delivery partner do it. It's really about ticking those boxes that Shana presented. Is it a cost-efficient one? Does it reduce the risk? Does it reduce the complexity? Does it enhance the product? If the answer is no, it doesn't matter if the capabilities are there, we're not going to explore it. But if the answer is yes, we want to sit down at the table with you guys to discuss these opportunities.
Yeah. Thank you for that answer. It's very clear, and I think what has been underlined during the coordination commissions as well in Los Angeles as in Brisbane is that it is really very important for the International Federation and the organizing committee to connect and to understand what the contribution of the International Federation can be in the delivery of the games. And sometimes it's even the International Federation that should reach out to the organizing committee, because in many cases the organizing committee does not have all that knowledge. So please, in the dialogue you have with the organizing committees, please, if you have services that you can take over, that you can provide, that you can deliver, please mention it so that at least the organizing committee is aware of it. Having said this, any further comments or questions? No, online neither. So then again, thank you very much, Shana and Nico, for this very smooth and dynamic presentation. And I wish you good luck with all the bilaterals. And I also would like to thank Maurice San and Andrea Saklis and James for accompanying me at the COCOM. So it was very useful. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you all. This is the last time I thank Kit as IOC Sport Director. 5 of the 10 years that he spent at the IOC, we spent it together. Has been an amazing partnership to finalize an event program and athlete quota together. It's so good to see him as an Okogian. Look forward to work with Pierre. Honestly, Pierre, we need to know which OCOG are you going to join at some point. I went to LA, Kit went to Brisbane, so look forward to find out yours. But for now, look forward to work with you. But thank you all, and Kit, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Nico. So as mentioned by Nico, so you can take here if you want. Happy to have Kit again here for the presentation from Brisbane. Brisbane still relatively far on the horizon, so hopefully a bit more condensed. But reporting back from the last coordination commission without being too long, I think what we saw was a small but very good and knowledgeable team, very motivated, a venue master plan that gets shape. There are still some fine-tuning, important fine-tunings to be done. There are a lot of satellite Olympic villages, which could create some issues. And very important, again, connection with the international federations, but I don't have to tell you that. But also, especially in Australia, it was already mentioned before, the IF National Federation relationship is the IF who is in the driver's seat and the decision-maker seat and not the National Federation. But having said this, and of course, thanking Jean-Christophe, Tayyip, and James for joining me on this coordination commission on behalf of the international federations. Kit, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ingmar, and thank you, Nico, for the kind words. I know the IOC took up a lot of time earlier, so I'll try and be brief as Brisbane 2032. On behalf of Andrew Liveris, the President, and Cindy Hook, the CEO, and the small but growing team that you mentioned, Ingmar, it's a real privilege to do my first presentation, hopefully of many, to you now on behalf of this great project we have in Brisbane. As you can see on the screen, I'll touch quickly on a little bit of a wider overview, then go into the sport program, and you mentioned it, Ingmar, but I'll clarify a little bit the process and timeline we see, and then touch on that key point you raised about the IF engagement at the end. Won't go through all the data. Again, you'll have all of these presentations. Maybe on this slide, just highlight a couple of points. In terms of the game's dates, you can see here we are planning to start on the 23rd of July. That's very similar actually to Paris, which started on the 26th of July. And it's about 1 week after when LA is starting on the 14th of July, just to add some context to those dates. We're planning on... it's relative. It is winter, but it's perfect conditions for most of the sports, Ingmar. In terms of the key stats, we are basing this project on the 28 sports which were in the initial sport program for Paris. That is the commitment made in the host city contract, but obviously there's discussions that I'll come on to regarding the sport program. And maybe just to note the other point at the bottom of the middle column there in terms of the sponsorship and revenue target. And here, Brisbane is an incredible city, but when we look back at Tokyo, Paris and LA, a very different sized city, local and national economy than we have been dealing with over recent games. And this will be a constant presence in terms of us being a very efficient financial organising committee along the journey. And coming back to your point raised earlier, Seb, we'll just make sure we approach that in full transparency and partnership, not to cut corners, but to try and be as smart and efficient as we can along the way. Just in terms of what we have achieved as an organising committee, and although I haven't started, I'm speaking as a we and us through the presentation. Like a lot of countries, there's a complex government environment. We know we're not alone and unique on that. There's 3 levels of government we're dealing with: the city, the state, and the national. But throughout that, and there's really a strong bipartisan support that has been expressed regardless of any electoral changes along the way so far. I'll come on to the infrastructure review because it's a fundamental step forward in terms of venue planning. Brisbane has focused very heavily on the national engagement program and increasingly now on the international program. And again, with my appointment, that will hopefully move forward with the Olympic movement partners as well. And there is really a clear emerging governance and OCOG strategy as well as a brand strategy which reflects our vision for the Games, and the federations will be involved in the consultation process around. One of the things that was highlighted during the COCOM was the organisational structure of Brisbane 2032, and my appointment as head of, or the Chief Sport Officer, really reflects the organisational structure that Brisbane has. Sport and athletes are not just a message about being at the heart of the Games. The sport and the athletes are at the heart of the organisational structure itself in Brisbane. And there is a very deliberate grouping of sport, and that's things like the program, the schedule, the other elements, the international federation and national federations, the NOCs and NPCs, and the athletes themselves in one division that reports directly to the CEO in Brisbane. So again, it's not just a saying, but it's a reflection in the organisational structure itself. And that's the division that I'm lucky enough to be a part of. Nico and Shana, we don't have any pie graphs or tables to show our staffing numbers at the moment. The whole team is on the screen there. And in fact, only one of the 3 is actually working full-time for Brisbane. The other 2 are working, but not paid yet. So I will be joining, as you know, as the Chief Sport Officer with that wide responsibilities, not only on the IFs, but the NOCs, NPCs, and the athletes themselves. The second person on that screen, many of you know, Brendan Keane. He's actually employee number 1 in the organisation, involved in the bid, and a great experience both in sport and in government circles domestically. So a real balance between Brendan and myself with that domestic knowledge, and now myself bringing the international contacts as well. And the third member there, you can see there, is starting on Olympic Day, an Olympian, a swimmer for the Cook Islands in Tokyo, actually the flag bearer for the Cook Islands team. So great to have an Olympian on board. And she's been recently working for Cycling New Zealand and joining us as a project manager and sport analyst with a key focus around the support on the sport program. I won't go through all of our priorities, but as an organisation, I just wanted to show that we do have a very clear plan for this year and next. The strategy and culture is not only words, but is being lived through in the hirings that are being made. There's a very clear plan on impact, not only after the Games, but mobilising all of the partners to identify and activate that impact prior to the Games. Of course, the engagement, our focus on delivery, with the key elements for federations being the master plan and the sport program over the next year. And in all of this, the enabling is just making sure we have the resources and the partnerships to deliver, along with the government partners, everything we commit to on that journey. Ingmar, you mentioned the delivery plan, the 100-day review. I just wanted to take a couple of minutes on this because it really is fundamental to where we have come from, where we are, and it does directly impact on a number of the federations in terms of providing confirmation for many of you of the likely venues, subject to your approval, of course, and also highlights a couple of venues that require more discussion with you, and that has started. So in terms of the where this has come from, in October there was a new state government elected in Australia, in Queensland. They initiated a review which came up with a number of recommendations. The government took the significant majority of those recommendations on board, and that 100-day review became the 2032 delivery plan. It includes 17 new or upgraded venues, but I should be very clear, it is not just about Olympic competition venues. It is a much wider venue infrastructure and sport infrastructure plan for Queensland and Southeast Queensland in particular. Critically, it solves the ongoing debate that Brisbane had, and many of you are aware of, about what to do with the main stadium in Brisbane, and confirmed that a new main stadium would be built with a 63,000 seat stadium. I see Seb nodding. That will be the home of athletics during the games and will be a huge legacy for the tenants, cricket and AFL after the games, but equally be available for other major events following the games as well. And the beauty of the plan is we will have that new stadium in place for the games, but the Gabba, the existing stadium, will also continue its life cycle through to and during the games as well. So we will have both during the games, and then the Gabba will be redeveloped after the games. So there's a crossover that gives real benefits. As I said, I want to be really clear on this plan because it's been presented in a number of ways or understood in a number of ways. It's not only about the games, it's about driving forward infrastructure, and particularly sport infrastructure, for what is one of the fastest growing regions, not just in Australia, but in the Southeast Asia and Pacific region. It gives a really clear plan of the infrastructure that will be available for games use, which is critical, as you can imagine, for us as an organising committee. And in that regard, it really is a huge step forward. In terms of the financing, there's 7.1 billion Australian dollars that are committed to the plan between the federal and state government. But I should note also that that's not the only investment that, for example, the Australian federal government is making in the preparation of sport. Recently, and the Australian Sport Minister was there at the Coordination Commission, and she confirmed that the Australian federal government is putting 489 million Australian dollars into the preparation of the Australian Olympic and Paralympic teams, not just towards Brisbane, but towards Los Angeles. And you can imagine the investment that brings in your sports in Australia and provides a platform for what will come after Los Angeles on the road towards Brisbane. Equally, the federal government confirmed a further 250 million Australian dollars on top of the Olympic preparations for LA, a further $250 million for the Australian Institute of Sport and the Australian Podium project in particular. So this highlights the level of investment both in infrastructure and in wider sport that is being made by the federal and state governments in Australia, and also really reinforces the importance of sport and the Olympic projects in the wider country. Now on the venues, I won't go through everything on the slide. You'll get this obviously and see where your sport may sit, but I just wanted to be clear in terms of the splits of responsibility, most importantly. First of all, the organising committee, when it comes to the venues, will be responsible, I think is the classic model, for the temporary and existing venues to operate those in games mode. There's a separate independent organisation set up called GICA, which is the Games Independent Coordination Authority, and its sole remit is to deal with all of that infrastructure investment and monitor the delivery of the new and upgraded infrastructure projects. So you can imagine how much is going on in the wider development in the region, and this body is set up to coordinate all those individual pieces of work and make sure they are delivered when they need to be delivered, including in games timelines. And then the state government in Queensland is responsible for the villages and a number of the privately funded projects, including the redevelopment of the Gabba. And as confirmed at the COCOM, and let's be very clear about this, as Ingmar pushed for at the COCOM, and reflecting also what's in the Olympic Charter, the international federations will have the responsibility to sign off on any of those proposed venues and make sure they are technically suitable for the delivery of your sport at the Olympic Games. So these are proposed venues. Again, we think many of them are great solutions, but the International Federation in each case will still have that responsibility of signing off on the venues. Touching on the sport program, and David presented it from the IOC perspective, and this is very, very much reflected in the timelines that we've agreed between the IOC and Brisbane. If I just go back one in terms of the goals very quickly of the program, this is what Brisbane has identified, and I think it's consistent with a number of the messages that have come out from the IOC and recent OCOGs as well. The way Brisbane is looking at the sport program for these games, obviously the first point is about the athletes. Our goal through the program is to provide the best athletes in the world with the optimal conditions, both in competition and in training, for them to perform in their Olympic moment in Brisbane. Clearly, we want a program that reaches out to a global audience, those 5 billion people the President spoke to this morning that were engaged with Paris, and also ignites the national support. People in Australia still talk about Sydney every day. And when you mention Brisbane, they think about the positivity of Sydney. And we want to ignite and capture what that means across the country. We want a program that balances tradition and innovation, and this is not just about what is in the program, but how what is in the program is delivered in terms of the competition formats, the location, the presentation, and the other areas that you're all driving forward as federations outside the Games. I mentioned our need as an organising committee to be efficient and impactful, and I know that's a goal for all of us, and we need to work together on that, not in isolation. And then, and this one is a bit of me wearing both hats. All of us need to positively challenge and test the assumptions in games planning. And that's not just about reducing or moving cost. That's just about us trying to be as smart as we can. And as always with you, learn the lessons about how you deliver your own events and see how we can reflect that in an Olympic environment in Brisbane. To be clear on the timeline, and hopefully this will just reinforce what you heard earlier from David, there's a couple of steps that change in the timelines we're looking at in Brisbane. Normally, the IOC would set the initial sport program 7 years before the Games, i.e. in 2025, for Games in 2032. It's already agreed that will happen now in 2026. A couple of reasons around that: timing of sessions, a new IOC president coming in. But one of the real benefits is by moving that back from 25 to 26, we can bring forward when the organising committee makes its proposals on new sports and join those two together. Because there's no point in Brisbane thinking about what sports to add if we don't know what the IOC is planning to add to start. And it's two pieces of the same jigsaw. So it makes sense for those two steps to be done hand in hand between Brisbane and the IOC next year. Equally, as you highlighted, Ingmar, we will look to join that with the discipline program as well, particularly where the disciplines in your sports drive the venue master plan. Because then if we know the IOC program, the OCOG proposed sports, and the disciplines where they drive the venue master plan, we all have certainty 6 years out on what venues we're using, what the impacts on the villages are, what the impacts on training venues are, and we can move ahead with certainty for you as federations, for your athletes, for the NOCs, and certainly us as the organising committee. The other thing we're trying to do is integrate the IPC into the same timeline. So instead of separating the two sport processes, we have them hand in hand as well for exactly the same reason. So we're trying to achieve all of that in 2026. And equally, as David said, then the final event program and the final athlete quotas being finalised roughly 6 months after Los Angeles. And then just finally, and perhaps the most important point, and it's been raised in a few presentations this afternoon, the IF engagement. Here again, I'd like to thank all the representatives on the COCOM, Jean-Christophe, Tayeb, Ingmar, James. The message was really clearly heard by the organising committee and the local partners that these games need to be about sport, and the athletes and the international federations are a key part and the fundamental part of sport and of the athletes. We want to build on the momentum, and thank you, ASOIF, for the letter you sent out after the COCOM, which was really clear from our perspective as the OCOG. We want to build on that with individual discussions with each of you as federations. We're already deep diving into a couple of those outstanding venue discussions where needed, where perhaps the proposals put forward by the government need a little bit of review with the federations. So those processes are up and running. But equally, we'd just like to touch base with each of you from a Brisbane perspective to be really clear about the planned venue, what that means in terms of the villages for your athletes, how you see a potential involvement of national federations and so on. So we will be reaching out to each and every one of you as the organising committee to set up those discussions. Also, I'll probably be back at the IF Forum. We want to use those opportunities to be really efficient, to meet with as many federations as possible, the same way LA and Dakar are doing right here. And also, I want to be very clear on the roles of the national federations. And Ingmar, you mentioned it. David, you touched on it. There's a number of national federations that, let's say, have a strong voice in Australia. There's a number of national federations, as you know, that equally have a really strong experience, either on the technical side or the wider event delivery. The responsibility doesn't change for you as an international federation. We would just like to speak to each of you to find the best way through you and with you of seeing how you would like to use that experience, that knowledge, that voice, but always under your direction and with you in doing that. And we won't have direct relationships or discussions with national federations about venue finalisation, competition schedules, any of those other elements, unless you nominate them to be part of those discussions or discuss any of those elements directly with us. So we want to use the existing resource where it exists, but always do it with your approval and through and with the respective international federation. And again, the federations have the ultimate responsibility of signing off on your competition venues, particularly their suitability for Olympic competition. So with that, I'm not sure if I was in time this time, but hopefully that gives you a little bit of a vision about where we are, put some context around some of the things you may have heard, and of course looking forward very much to the first steps in this journey with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kit. I think you were very efficient and you covered a lot of topics in your presentation, which made a lot of things much more clear, I think, for the members here present. Are there any comments or questions at this stage? But I think the most important thing is that there is a clear commitment now from Brisbane to reach out to all you, to the international federations, to establish this dialogue and to start or continue in certain cases the work. So, great. Thank you very much, Kit, and all the best. So, we come to point 15.6 of the agenda, which is a presentation from ITA, International Testing Agency, and I'm very happy to welcome Valérie Fourneron and Ben Cohn to make their presentation. Welcome, Valérie and Ben.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear ASOIF President, dear Ingmar, first of all, I want to renew my congratulations to your election as the President of ASOIF. Dear ASOIF Council members and member associations, first of all, I want to say that I know that I am at the end of the busy day, so it was a short report for you because it was a long day for all the members of your association during this General Assembly. As my term as chair of ITA's Foundation Board is coming to an end at the end of the year, today marks my last attendance at the ASOIF General Assembly. My mandate of 8 years started in 2018 with the creation of the ITA, a blank page that was filled with the determination for clean sport that I was pleased to share with all of you. Before I pass the floor to my Director General, Benjamin Cohen, for a short activity report, which serves as a reflection of all the work that's been achieved since 2018, I just wanted to take this opportunity to personally thank you all very much for your trust over these past years. ITA's establishment by the IOC and WADA took place in a difficult context. ASOIF, under the leadership of Francesco, and you all, as ASOIF members, have been a strong supporter of our organization. Most of you embarked on this initiative for increased independence, credibility, and expertise in the worldwide fight against doping, and I want to thank you for that. You can be proud of the past traveled, and I hope that the NADOs will progress with the same determination as you had in all these years. A lot of work lies ahead of us. A new World Anti-Doping Code and standards will come into force soon, with increased obligations and efforts requested by WADA from all stakeholders. In a context where some event organizers, we spoke about that this morning, like the Enhanced Games, have financial gains as their sole focus, we will need to remain determined and join forces in a shared responsibility to keep our athletes safe and healthy. I trust that the ITA will continue to be the best ally of WADA, our global regulator, without which there is no credible fight against doping in the absence of common rules. I would like to renew my congratulations to its president, my friend Vital Banca, on his re-election. I trust that the ITA will continue to be a strong pillar to support you, your competitions, and your athletes. I hope as well that the remaining ASOIF members who do not work with us yet will do so in the near future. We are stronger together, and I am convinced that our collective force will bring us much further, like during the Olympic Games. Let me wish you all the very best for your respective sports. Let me wish you, dear Ingmar, my best wishes of success in your new mandate. Let me finally thank you, dear Francesco, for your support over the years. We have been in the board of ITA since its inception, and we will both leave the board together this year. Thank you so, Professor Ardoner. We have done our very best to put the ITA on the right track for the many years to come. All the best. And now I pass the floor to Benjamin Cohen for the activity report of the ITA.
Good afternoon, dear President, dear members. I'll be very short. ASOIF asked me to provide you with a short activity report on where we are today. I'll give you as well a brief update on the Paris Olympics and the future events. So where we are today, you see that our missions, our statutory missions haven't changed. The ITA is here to contribute to the protection of athletes and the integrity of sport through the delivery of independent and experts anti-doping program. Our founding partners, WADA and the IOC, I wish to thank them for their support, and our independent board of 7 members. I take this opportunity to thank you, Valérie, for all the work that you've done as chair. We have 6 months left, so still a lot of work together, but also Francesco and Professor Erdener for all your support over the years. So ITA has now over 130 staff, actually over 140 from 30 nationalities working in different countries. We deliver programs for over 75 international sport federations and major event organizers. And we do that, of course, in close cooperation with many national anti-doping agencies around the world, close to 40, with which we have a cooperation agreement, and some law enforcement agencies, police, and different other institutions. A few facts of our work last year. I was very surprised when I received the data that the ITA has been delivering anti-doping operations at over 1,000 100 international sport events last year. So we, of course, focused on the Paris Olympics, and that was one event, but there was another 1,099 events that we delivered on behalf of all your federations, many, many events all over the world, more than 44,000 tests conducted on athletes. Our legal department has been very busy with over 500 positive cases handled and prosecuted on behalf of international federations before CAS or their first instance disciplinary panels. We've opened close to 40 investigations and a lot of work as well in the compliance area. Of course, one of the main mission of ITA is to ensure that all the federations that delegate their anti-doping program to us remain in full compliance with the World Anti-Doping Code. So we've done a lot of work with WADA to maintain the compliance of all of you, and we've actually received a NAVEX Excellence Award for our different activities in the area of ethics and compliance. This is just a snapshot of all our partners, the 75 different sports organizations that have delegated their programs to us. And I give you, as well as I do usually in full transparency, the level of delegation within the ASOIF community. And you see since ITA's inception, those international federations that have joined the ITA and delegated the management of their anti-doping program to us. So perhaps a word of thanks to IFAF as our latest partner, American Football, who have joined earlier this year, as well as in 2024 Shooting Sports and World Boxing as our latest partners. Thank you to you for your trusts. A quick snapshot on Paris. You see that more than 6,000 samples have been collected, 5 anti-doping rule violations with 1 more investigation pending. It's been the largest number of athletes tested. Close to 40% of the athletes in Paris have been tested at least once, and 97% of the countries represented at the Olympics have also had 1 member at least of their delegation tested. So these are the highest numbers for any edition of the Olympic Games. What we see, of course, is we could say it's 5 positive cases, maybe a lot or maybe very little. What we see is that we actually focus a lot of efforts on testing pre-Olympic Games in the 12 or 6 months periods prior to the Olympic Games on athletes who are likely to qualify to the Games. So almost 90% of all participating athletes in Paris have been tested at least once before the Games, and we have uncovered more than 80 anti-doping rule violations in this very sensitive period where athletes train and compete to qualify to the Games. So we will continue to focus a lot of efforts on these pre-Games Olympic programs. We are starting now for the Milano-Cortina Olympic Games. All the samples collected in Paris have been stored in ITA's centralized long-term storage facility, and we will keep those samples for 10 years. So all Olympic samples will be kept for up to 10 years in view of their potential reanalysis in the future should the science progress. So I'll end here with, of course, a lot of many more upcoming major event missions that we have this year with the World Games. I know some of you have their sports at the program of the World Games, also in Riyadh with the Islamic Solidarity Association Games. Then, of course, we'll be very busy with Milano Cortina and with Dakar, looking forward to working with our friends in Dakar, and then, of course, the Asian Games, European Games, and getting ready as well for LA. We've started already the discussions with Brisbane, so we're not short of work, and we look forward to working with all of you at those events. So, Mr. President, I think that concludes my short report. Of course, available for any questions, remarks, concerns, complaints that you may have. We'd be happy to treat those. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Valerie and Ben. Are there any questions from the floor? I think it's a very interesting report with a lot of statistics. I don't see any. So let me thank you again, and especially Valerie. This is, as you said, the last presentation in our ASOIF General Assembly, but we hope to see you on many more occasions. I would like to especially thank you for your very dedicated work. You were the founding president of ITA, and I think you did an extraordinary job together with Ben and the team to make of this a very efficient organization at the service of our international federations and the sport in general. So thank you for building this very efficient machine. You created a great legacy, and I hope we will find a very good successor to fill your big shoes. So merci beaucoup, and also thanks to you, Ben, and good luck. So now we arrive at point 16 of the agenda, which is the elections, and which is, of course, a voting item. As you know, 7 candidates' nominations for the 4 available council positions have been received before the deadline in good order. And I would like already to take here the opportunity to thank all the candidates for their interest, for their passion for our organization, and for their willingness to contribute to the further development of ASOIF. Regretfully, there are only 4 places, but I'm sure that in a spirit of sportivity, the 3 that don't make it will continue to work together with us in the future. As you know, 2 terms are ending, like Sepko and Professor Erdener end their mandate in the council, so are not re-eligible. Again, thanks for your dedication and services to ASOIF. With regard to Nenad Lalovic, he concludes his first full term, and he is re-eligible. And then the 4th position is the position that came free when I became ASOIF president, and it's a position of mandate of 2 years. Before I pass over to James for the voting, I would like to announce officially the candidates in alphabetical order of their surnames. So we have Mohamed Jaloud, President of the International Weightlifting Federation. We have Tomas Korniecko, President of the International Canoe Federation. We have Nenad Lalovic, President of United World Wrestling. We have Jimena Restrepo, Senior Vice President of World Athletics. We have Jean-Christophe Roland, President of World Rowing. We have Marco Maris Skolaris, President of the International Federation of Sport Climbing. And we have Andreas Zaklis, Secretary General of the International Basketball Federation. So now I will ask James to explain the voting procedures that have been checked and double-checked with a lot of legal advice. James, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, President. So just to go through the election procedure, and I'll be very precise about this, there are 3 council positions with a 4-year term from 2025 to 2029 up for elections. There is 1 council position with a 2-year term from 2025 to 2027. That's available for election. That's because Ingmar took office as ASOIF president in January 2025. So this position will be filling his vacated seat and serving his remaining 2-year unexpired term. According to ASOIF Statute, Article 5.8 and 5.9, as shown on the screen now, the council election requires absolute majority. If no candidate reaches an absolute majority, the candidate obtaining the least votes in each round shall be eliminated until 1 or more candidates obtain an absolute majority. According to Article 4.19, abstentions and invalid votes, including blank votes, will not be counted as votes cast. Given the slightly unique situation here with the 3+1, we sought legal advice from a law firm, Levi Kaufman Kohler, and we circulated the election procedures earlier this week. You had a hard copy left on your table. So based on Professor Ragozzi's advice and in accordance with the ASOIF statutes, the voting procedures of the elections are as follows. The elections for the 3 positions with a 4-year term will be conducted first in 1 ballot. The election for the 1 position with a 2-year term will be conducted last. In the ballot for the 3 positions with a 4-year term, each full member will have 3 votes, which means you have to choose 3 candidates in order to cast a valid ballot. Or you abstain, meaning that you will give up those 3 votes. The reason to do that, it has to be abstain, or 3 is to calculate the absolute majority. A candidate must achieve an absolute majority to be elected. That is more than 50% of the votes cast, and I'll come on to, we've had 1 or 2 departures from the room. They will be joining online, and I'll ask Lumi just to kind of check, and we'll do a run through, make sure everything's available, working. 50% of the votes cast. If no candidate reaches an absolute majority, the candidate obtaining the smallest number of votes will be eliminated, and a new round of voting will be conducted until 1 or more candidates reach an absolute majority. If 2 or more candidates obtain the same smallest number of votes, then there will be an intermediary vote to determine which candidate will be eliminated. The remaining 4 candidates that are not elected in the 4-year term positions will be included in the ballot for the 2-year term position. In the ballot for the 1 position with a 2-year term, each full member will have one vote, which means you have to choose 1 candidate or abstain. And the same rules apply. A candidate must obtain an absolute majority to be elected. If any candidates wish to withdraw their candidatures, now is the time that you can withdraw. Beyond this point, the candidate will have to maintain their candidature throughout the election. And for reasons of fairness to all candidates, it is not allowed for a candidate to announce their withdrawal in support of another candidate. So I hope that is clear. We'll pass over to Lumi in a minute to see, clarify who's available online. As I mentioned, we had judo and taekwondo joining us virtually. So please, can you bear with me?
Oh, hold a moment. You will get the possibility to ask questions. So let's do this in all calmness and without stress.
We will come on to we will check, and Lumi will announce who's available to vote. But if there are any questions, now's the opportunity.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a question. So we must express 3 votes, otherwise the vote is not valid, correct? Thank you.
That's exact. So exactly 3 in the first for the first election for the 3 positions. You need to give exactly 3 votes. So you need to tick 3 names. Otherwise, your vote is not valid. Any more questions? Okay, so please remind, in order to cast a valid ballot in the first election for the 3 positions, you need to tick exactly 3 candidates. Okay, that's clear. The rest seems also to be clear. So, James.
In which case, I will pass over to Lumi, and I see. In which case, I will pass over to Lumi, and it seems as if they're checking a few devices. So now is also the opportunity to check some devices. I see Jean-Christophe, you have a problem. Any other problems with the devices? Now's the time. And Lumi,
Yes,
can
please.
I pass over to you as well?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, some time has passed since we last voted this morning. I would kindly ask that everyone double checks that they are still logged in. In case you are not, you can try just refreshing the page, or we can assist you if needed. So please check that you're logged in, that you're seeing in your screen the ballot that says elections of the 3 council positions with the term 2025-2029 round 1. And then we will proceed to open the voting once everyone is, I know. Charger, okay. One of them has run out of battery. Yes.
So just the one tab.
Yes.
You can say that. So.
Yeah, so we can see that we have already 29 logged in, so probably the gentleman with the charger is the only one missing.
Who is the one with the...
Oh, who was?
Okay.
Okay.
28.
Any others that have a flat battery?
We do have a backup tablet, but it will take some time to configure. Okay. Yeah, because
it's,
when the iPad died.
It's rebooting. Yeah. It's rebooting.
Okay. No? You have a spare one? Okay.
Apologies for the delay. So we are now going to replace the iPad that the battery runs out.
So it's for voting, it's not for gaming.
I think he misused it.
Now we have all 30 voters logged in.
Okay, so excuses for the delay. Yes, now we have all 30 voters logged in, so please remember that this time you need to select up to 3 options.
Three.
Exactly 3 options.
Three
Yeah,
options.
sorry, my mistake. Exactly 3 options. So we will proceed to open the vote now. Thirty seconds remaining.
Okay, so those are 90 votes all conducted. Okay.
Yes, we have the 30 ballots already collected, so we will proceed to close the ballot, and now the scrutineers will confirm the results. Okay, the scrutineers have confirmed the results. The results are now published, so back to you, James.
Thank you very much. So the results are as follows. Andres Zagklis, 24. Nenad Lalovic, 18. Jimena Restrepo, 13. Jean-Christophe Roland, 12. Mohamed Jaloud, 9. Marco Skolaris, 9. Thomas Konietzko, 5. Abstentions, 0. So in this round, 2 candidates have obtained an absolute majority. One candidate receives the fewest votes. So in this round, Andres Zagklis and Nenad Lalovic have obtained an absolute majority. Therefore, they are elected. Congratulations. However, we still have one position with a 4-year term not decided. Therefore, the candidate that received the smallest number of votes, Thomas Konietzko, is eliminated from the next round. So, please can we proceed to the next round, and I pass over to Lumi.
Yes, thank you. So we are now configuring the next ballot for round 2.
Now, exactly 1, if you want to have a cast a ballot vote. So 1.
Okay, so we have proceeded to eliminate from the ballot the candidates that have been elected and the candidate who received the least votes. Now we will open round 2. Just give us 30 seconds to finish the configuration.
So just to confirm, you're electing 1 candidate. Yep, 1. Yeah, 1 vote.
Okay, so for this election, there are 30 eligible voters present, including 3 voters online. So we will proceed to open the ballot now. Thirty seconds remaining. Ten seconds remaining. Now the ballot is closed, and the scrutineers will confirm the results. The scrutineers have now confirmed the results, so the results are published, and back to you, James.
So the results are as follows. Jean-Christophe Roland, 13 votes. Jimena Restrepo, 9. Mohamed Jaloud, 5. Marco Scolaris, 3. Abstentions, 0. Therefore, no candidate has received an absolute majority, and the candidate that received the smallest amount of votes, Marco Scolaris, is eliminated from the next round. So now we proceed to the next round, and I pass over to Lumi. So again, you will be voting for one candidate.
Thank you. So third round, we're configuring a new ballot again, eliminating the candidate that received the least votes, and then you will be able to vote for one candidate again. So just a few seconds until we finish the configuration. Okay, for this vote, there are 30 eligible voters present, including 3 voters online. So now we will proceed to open the vote. Thirty seconds remaining. Ten seconds remaining. And now the ballot is closed, and the scrutineers will proceed to confirm the results. The scrutineers have confirmed the results, so now the results are published. And back to you again, James.
Okay, so the results are as follows. Jean-Christophe Roland, 13 votes. Jimena Restrepo, 11 votes. Mohamed Jaloud, 6 votes, abstention 0. So no candidate has achieved an absolute majority. Therefore, the candidate that received the smallest number of votes, Mohamed Jaloud, is eliminated from the next round. So we will proceed to the next round. I'll pass over to Lumi. And again, obviously, you have 1 vote in this round.
Thank you. We're going to configure the new ballot again. Once again, eliminating the candidate that has received the least votes. And for this vote, there are again 30 eligible voters present, including 3 voters online. So now we will proceed to open the vote. We have collected all the ballots, so we close the vote now, and the scrutineers will confirm the result. scrutineers have now confirmed the result, so the result is public, and back to you again, James.
Thank you very much. So the results are as follows. Jean-Christophe Roland, 17 votes. Jimena Restrepo, 13. Abstentions, 0. Jean-Christophe Roland has therefore achieved an absolute majority. Congratulations. So now we proceed to the election of the one council position with a 4-year term, 2-year term, sorry, I'm confused now, with a 2-year term, 2025 to 2027. As a reminder, the remaining 4 candidates that are not elected in the previous election are eligible to be included in this election. So I'll pass over to Lumi.
Yes, so again...
And again, one vote.
Exactly, you have 1 vote, so we are configuring the ballot with the 4 candidates. Just a few seconds. So for this vote, there are 30 eligible voters present, including 3 voters online. Now we will proceed to open the vote. .30 seconds remaining, but we have now just collected all the ballots, so we will close the vote now, and the scrutineers will confirm the result. The scrutineers have confirmed the results, and now the results are published. Back to you, James.
Thank you very much. So the results are as follows. Marco Scolaris, 11 votes. Jimena Restrepo, 10 votes. Mohamed Jaloud, 7 votes. Thomas Konietzko, 2 votes. 0 abstentions. Therefore, no candidate has achieved an absolute majority, and the candidate that had the smallest number of votes, Thomas Konietzko, is eliminated from the next round. So I'll pass back to Lumi to do the next vote, please.
Yes, we will conduct now round 2, eliminating the candidate that has received the least votes. So we'll configure a new ballot. Okay, we're ready to start round 2. For this round of voting, there are 30 Oops, just 1 second. Yes? So, 29, I don't know if that was because of this. Okay, we have...
Better check twice, eh?
Yes. Yep. Now we have 30.
Okay, thank you.
It hasn't updated yet. I see 30. Probably there's some lag here.
Hey, AV team, please could you refresh the browser, please?
But it's, now it's changing.
Someone is probably connecting and disconnecting. Right now it's 29. We had 30, 3 online. So now it's 30.
So let's make sure we have 30. We see that we have 30 active members participating, so make sure that we have 30.
Maybe people is looking.
30 again, 29. Something about the refreshing rate, I guess. Should we open the voting?
As long as you have given enough time for all 30 to vote and that we have a 30 on the screen, it's fine for me.
Okay, we can even 30 again. Okay, with 30 voters present, including 3 online, we're going to open the vote now. And we already have collected all the 30 ballots, so we will proceed to close the vote. And the scrutineers will confirm the result. The scrutineers have now confirmed the result, so the results are public now. Back to you, James.
Thank you very much. So the results are as follows. Jimena Restrepo, 12 votes. Marco Scolares, 11 votes. Mohamed Jaloud, 7 votes. Therefore, no candidate has achieved an absolute majority, and the candidate with the least number of votes, Mohamed Jaloud, is eliminated from the next round. We will therefore proceed to a next round. Just to say, in the event of a tie, in our election procedures, there is a scenario laid out there. We will have intermediary votes. And we might ask somebody for a coin at some point as well. But back to Lumi for the next for the next vote with the final 2 candidates. Thank you.
Thank you. We will proceed with round 3 now. We will eliminate the candidate who got the least votes, and we will configure a new ballot for round 3. Okay. For this vote, there are 30 eligible voters present, including 4 online. So we will now open the vote. .30 seconds remaining. And now we have collected all the 30 ballots, so we're closing the vote, and the scrutineers will confirm the result. The scrutineers have now confirmed the results, so the results are published, and back to you, James.
The results are as follows. Marco Scolares, 15 votes. Jimena Restrepo, 15 votes, 0 abstentions. So, in the event of a tie, as set out in the election procedures, we will proceed to an intermediary vote to see if we get a different result. If there is still a tie in that intermediary vote, we will proceed to a second intermediary vote. If there is a tie on the second intermediary vote, I will ask somebody for a coin, to toss a coin.
So we will have one more round of voting electronically. If the result doesn't change, then we will flip a coin between two candidates. Okay. So on your marks, I would say. Lumi.
So 1 second, because even if it's the same ballot, it will be counted apart from this one. So we will configure it again as an intermediary ballot. Okay.
We are waiting for Lumi. You are reconfiguring.
Yes, even if it's the same ballot, we will configure it as a new one, so you can have results separated at the end from the regional round 3 and the intermediary vote.
Whatever
to
you
break
say.
the tie. Okay, now it's ready. So, intermediary vote, you will see the same ballot. In this vote, there are 30 eligible voters present, including 4 of them online. So we'll proceed to open the ballot. Sorry. And now we have collected all 30 ballots, so we will close the vote, and the scrutineers will proceed to confirm the result. The scrutineers have confirmed the results, so now the results are public, and back to you, James.
The results are as follows. Jimena Restrepo, 15 votes. Marco Scolaris, 15 votes, 0 abstentions. So, as per the election rules, a scrutineer will toss a coin to determine which candidate will be eliminated. That's it. Well, is it one more? A second. Well, point. We've had two. No, you're right.
Every vote is called an intermediate vote in this. So after 2 rounds, there is a flip the coin.
Yes.
So we would invite one of the scrutineers who is best in flipping the coin. Yes, thank you. And do you have a coin? And maybe the two candidates come in front of here.
Does anybody have a coin?
Maybe you have a coin of Paris 24. Marco, Jimena, please. Do we have? So it's 5 Swiss francs with 2 different sides. So thank you very much.
And who do we ask somebody?
So that was some excitement at the end of our General Assembly. Not as excited as, but so. First of all, I would like to thank again all the candidates, and I think this election process has shown that you are all excellent candidates. So please do not be disappointed for not being elected. Again, you were all great candidates. So congratulations to the newly elected council members, and of course I look forward to work with you. We thank the scrutineers, and especially the one with the coin. And thank you also to Lumi for conducting this election process.
Ingmar, just think how much money would we save if we just did it all on the toss of it.
James?
So we will invite all the newly elected council members to the front to have a family photo at the end of the General Assembly. Congratulations again.
So we've come to point 17 of our agenda, and that point is any other business. I don't know if there are any of the members that wants to raise any other business. Please, for the remaining moments of the GA, please remain quiet. Order. No any other business, neither from our side. Then I would like to move to point 18 on the agenda, which is the closing. So I'm going to go quickly because it has been a long day, but thank you everyone again for a fruitful and productive General Assembly today and for a very good working meeting yesterday. Again, congratulations to the newly elected council members, and thanks again to all the excellent candidates. My gratitude to the IOC, especially the President and the President-elect, for having joined us yesterday and today, and for a future strong partnership. Thank you also to all our stakeholders and the organizing committees. I look forward to continue our collaboration with all of you. We will now communicate regularly with you. That is the plan. We will keep you updated on a regular basis on things that happen or that we want to bring to your attention. I would like to thank our Executive Director, James Carr, and his team, the staff of ASOIF, for leading us through this process. So thank you all, and I wish you a safe journey back home. Thank you, and I close the General Assembly.